Good afternoon from Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We will be going live to Prairie du Chien in Wisconsin. This is located in the southwestern part of Wisconsin, right along the border of Iowa. So our RSBN correspondent, Christina Loren, will be there live. We're getting access to the event space at this point. We'll be going to her as soon as possible. Now, today, of course, President Trump in Wisconsin, speaking there on your screen at 3:30 Eastern time. At 3:30, we will have that live coverage, and all the way leading up to that time, Christina has been talking to a number of people out there in the field in Prairie du Chien in Wisconsin, and she'll have those live reports coming up shortly. Tomorrow, President Trump will be in Erie, Pennsylvania for a huge rally. RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Nikki Stanzione will be there live for that. So a great rally tomorrow in Erie. We also heard today that President Trump will actually be back in the state of Wisconsin on Tuesday for an RSBN doubleheader. So there are two events in Wisconsin on Tuesday. The next item on the agenda, or the next item to be covered, will be the October 5th Butler, Pennsylvania rally. Obviously a huge rally that day. Bobby McNeely and Nikki Stanzione slated for that as well. If there are any more upcoming events, we'll be sure to bring that to you. Also, we've been getting some emails about how to find the upcoming events. All you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com. So when you go to rsbnetwork.com, at the top right corner, you're going to see upcoming live events. So when you see the upcoming live events, you can click on that tab. I just did it just now, and what you'll see is this broadcast in Wisconsin. So if you're looking for a little bit into the future as well, on Rumble, you can see sometimes it says upcoming. Same thing with YouTube. But at the end of the day, rsbnetwork.com, upcoming live events for all of the coverage that we have as we are now 38 days until the November 5th election. So President Trump, very active on Truth Social right now. Almost want to call the segment Truth Social Daily. DJT's latest posts. Well, let's look at a couple of them real quick as we get ready to go to Christina Loren. Before we look at that post, I want to share with you one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to that number you see right there on your screen to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, and precious metals. You'll be able to get a free info kit, whether that's going to be sent to you on your phone or there's a hard copy that could be mailed to you, to review all of the steps to take when it comes to backing the U.S. dollar with gold, silver, or precious metals, a tax-sheltered IRA, 401k. Also, if you purchase a product through Birch Gold Group, you'll get this free Fight Silver coin, if you make a purchase through Birch Gold Group. A great, great piece of history right here as well with that fight that President Trump told us to do on J13. And we were already doing it. He was already fighting, but he kind of renewed that strength of fight on that day moving forward for our country. So text Trump to 989898. All right, so President Trump on Truth Social, just within the past hour, has said a number of things about the border, about fake news ABC. Let's dive in real quick. His latest post that I've seen on there, he said, quote, "Even the lamestream media is mocking Comrade Kamala Harris for her pathetic attempt yesterday to justify her horrible performance at the border. 14,000 convicted thugs and slimeballs who have committed murder have been allowed to enter our country," the president goes on to say, "totally unvetted and unchecked, and roam free to kill again. And they will kill again over and over and wreak havoc like never seen before. We don't know anything about them," President Trump says on Truth Social. He goes on to say, "Kamala is a fool to have let this happen to our beautiful USA. It is totally unjustifiable. There can be nothing worse. She should be impeached for what she has done to our country," end quote. That President Trump within the hour on Truth Social. Very strong words, but at the end of the day, we need strength in this country and common sense. So he is spitting truth on Truth Social right now. something that we as Americans agree with because we see how terrible the southern border is and how dangerous it is having people from all over the place just come into our country instead of being vetted and knowing who they are. Instead, more than 14,000 of them are already convicted murderers that were released into our country. This is a very serious time in our nation, as you guys know. Nothing wrong with legal immigration, of course. From all walks of life, we love each other in this country, right? We the people, we just want our country to have law and order and the Constitution to be the law of the land. President Trump also saying on Truth Social previously, within the past hour, it is a totally false story that I am going to sue lightweight anchor David Muir of ABC Fake News, perhaps the worst and most dishonorable network in broadcasting. President Trump continuing on saying, despite an unfair and unethical 3-on-1, I easily won that recent debate. My solo focus is to make America great again. President Trump saying at the Trump Tower the other day, saying we can't have this fake news. We're trying to save our country. He says that as a quote as well just the other day. So we saw that 3-on-1, Democrats versus President Trump the other day. At the end of the day, there is no debate. We know we, the people, want President Trump in office. And of course, we call him the GOAT of debates anyway. We've seen that since 2015, 2016, all the way through. There's nobody that has done it like President Trump. That's just a fact. So as you guys know, here in the conservative media, but also with We the People, we just are looking forward to today, of course, in Wisconsin. It's in Prairie du Chien. Now, this is a town in southwest Wisconsin, right across the border from Iowa. And today will be a great speech because at 3:30 he'll be in Wisconsin. Prior to that, a few minutes prior to that, before that speech, and we'll be going to RSBN's Christina Loren with all of the live coverage, interviewing a number of great patriots out there, bringing us her great commentary, and then going to hear from the pre-program speakers, and then we'll hear from President Trump. So an awesome time to send this link to as many friends and family as you'd like, as today is part one, politics, and then a little bit later, of course, there are some big college football games. I know President Trump, we're seeing reports that he may be swinging by one of them, the Georgia at Alabama game. So number 2 Georgia taking on number 4 Alabama in Tuscaloosa, so that'll be quite interesting to see. I'm curious, to be honest, to see if the fake ABC crew will show President Trump at the event tonight. Maybe he'll be in a press box or a box. We'll see what happens there, but I'm curious to see. I think they will, because they don't want to lose ratings in ABC Sports. They already are, as President Trump has said, with ABC News losing ratings. As you know, David Muir is supposed to be an anchor that's supposed to be right down the middle, right? We haven't seen an anchor right down the middle, I don't think ever. So in conservative media, we are just wanting to share with you truth, right? The common sense, and our country with the fork in the road that we're facing coming up in 38 days. So it'll be exciting to see Christina Loren in Wisconsin today, and then RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Nikki Stanzione live in Erie, Pennsylvania tomorrow. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, President Trump is going to your state a lot in the next, today, of course, tomorrow, and then on Tuesday, President Trump will be back in Wisconsin for 2 events. So it'll be, again, an RSBN doubleheader. Next on the books, again, is the October 5th in Pennsylvania for Butler, PA. So we'll be finding any more information out when it comes to other events or remarks or rallies. We'll be there live with the crew here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, we've got these great camera operators that go to these events to bring us this live coverage. We've got great RSBN correspondents. We've got just a team of people that want to show what's happening at these events, but also we're not a network that will dip in and out of coverage. We won't ever do that. This is not what we're about, right? If, even in mainstream media, if something is serious enough, they call it floating the break. Floating the break means the commercial break, they will actually float it, they will cancel it because there's something serious going on, whether that's breaking news, whether that's a major speech, whether that's a special report, right? So they have the ability to do that. Unfortunately, that's not something they do. They'd rather make some money off of some ads instead of hear from people like President Trump, which, again, I only say that right now because of the seriousness of this upcoming election. This isn't something I would say maybe, you know, if you're in the middle of, you know, say it was the first President Trump administration, right? If they're on a commercial and President Trump is about to speak, well, when that commercial's done, then they'll take it live. That's fine. But this is a different time right now. This isn't just Republican versus Democrat coming up in 38 days. This is the freedom of our nation versus communism, literally. We might not see it right now. We might not think it might not be that bad. If Harris somehow, right, were to be able to be the president, oh, she'll just, you know, do a couple things here and there. We're not even testing those waters. We're not even going to get close to that because we know that she would want to do what she did in California for the entire country and possibly worse. Tim Walz, really? Second in command? I don't think so. Let's have President Trump and J.D. Vance do great things for our country, bring that peace and freedom to our country. And you saw it the other day with Vladimir Zelensky. You know, President Trump took on that meeting with him because Vladimir reached out to him and said he wanted to meet with the president. Zelensky being in New York for the UN General Assembly. So in town, President Trump was also at Trump Tower, so it worked out. But President Trump can speak to him. He could speak to the Prime Minister of the UK. He could speak to the President of China. He could speak to President Putin. I mean, he's got the skills. He's already done it for us. So we obviously know that we won't be leaving any of these speeches with President Trump. So interesting times right now. I know that those of you watching right now at this moment, this early in this broadcast, on this Saturday when it is gorgeous outside in some parts of the country, I know that the hurricane was really tough for a lot of people. So our prayers are with them as well, with all of the damage and the families that are mourning the loss of people that lost their lives in that hurricane. A lot going on just nationally, right? Let alone the global news scene. But at the end of the day, those of you that are watching right now are dedicated, of course, to the cause. And everybody that will be joining this broadcast, all fellow patriots, we the people, looking forward to seeing President Trump at 3:30. Without the Wellness Company and other broadcast sponsors, it'd be difficult to do any of these broadcasts. Again, we'll be going to Christina Loren here soon in Wisconsin, is the Wellness Company. So makecaregreatagain.com. These are the emergency medical kit and the contagion medical kit right here. You can get this in your mailbox if you go to makecaregreatagain.com. Use that promo code RSPN. So ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, amoxicillin, a Z-Pak, and other prescriptions within these power packs of medication to knock out any bacteria or virus. Always good to have that. All you have to do is go to makecaregreatagain.com. Use that promo code RSPN for 15% off. Again, the Wellness Company, makecaregreatagain.com. All right, so our cameras are getting lined up in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. I literally called that town yesterday because I always want to get the town right, the pronunciation. When you see it later on the top corner of your screen, as you see Auburn, Alabama, you'll see Prairie du Chien. It looks like a number of other ways you could pronounce the last part of that, but double checked yesterday. It is Prairie du Chien. It's in southwest Wisconsin. There's about 20,000 people that live in that region. But I'll tell you, what I learned about it is it's a big sportsman area. Cabela's has some huge distribution centers up there. And it's right on the border of Iowa, and a huge, huge state coming up for this general election. As you guys know, those 93 electoral votes are so important for our country coming up. The great people of that state and the region for a huge event in Erie, Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes there, 16 in Georgia, 10 in Wisconsin, 15 in Michigan. Nevada has 6, Arizona 11, and then North Carolina has 16 votes, totaling 93. the race to 270 electoral votes for the win for the White House, and January 20th, 2025. You can almost smell it. You almost smell victory, right? You know, you can see all of the people that are out there in support of President Trump. You can see the polls. You can see the power of God with miraculous things happening. This is a very real time. This is, as they say, when the rubber meets the road. This is what's happening right now. We see that Trump Force 47 and other great agencies out there and organizations working hard to make sure there's election security and election integrity. A lot of volunteerism out there, and we may be able to roll an interview that you might have seen yesterday. If you didn't, two people from Nebraska that I ran into at an Iowa event in Council Bluffs. So right across the river is Omaha, Nebraska. So they were over in Council Bluffs. This was last year. And they are a husband and wife team that are volunteering with Trump Force 47. And you can obviously look up more information on that if you'd like to volunteer, as we are in that final stretch, 38 days until the election. A lot of early voting going on as well, but we know that November 5th, a lot of people wanting to vote day of as well. So it is 12:45 here in the East Coast. We'll be tossing it back to Christina Loren right now.
Good day to you. I'm Christina Loren. This is new correspondent Matt Cain. We are coming to you live from Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, for another fantastic Trump event. There is a lot of people waiting outside. A huge line wraps all the way around the building. A lot of people out there energized, getting excited as we are now 38 days away from the most pivotal election of our lifetime. And this is Matt Cain. Tell me a little bit about your background and how you got into politics and ended up here with us. We're so happy to have you at RSBN.
Well, I'm honored to be here. Thank you. I've watched RSBN for a very long time, obviously. And around 2020, so much was going on, whether it was COVID or the election, and it's sort of hard not to be involved, right? It's sort of hard not to have an interest or something that struck with you during that time. So really just carved my own path, and here I am. I'm happy to be here today. I do a lot of writing and a lot of media type stuff, so I'm very excited to be covering this historic event today. It'll be great.
Yeah, you know, you are a fantastic writer. You've written quite a bit about President Trump. You know his policy inside and out, and so we're going to have a real chance to have some great conversation. Want to shout out everybody in the chat room this morning. We're thrilled to have you with us. We have a big day ahead of us. President Trump is slated to take the stage here at about 2:30 p.m. Before we get into it, I want to go ahead right off the bat and thank one of our generous sponsors here at RSBN. It's because of our sponsorships that we're able to come to all of these great events. We're able to follow President Trump around the country in this final stretch of the election. Tax Network USA. Taxes are something that we know Democrats love. Well, President Trump wants to help ease up on our taxes, but you know what? You may be in a pretty tough situation over the past few years with those taxes really piling up. Taxes can be tremendously burdensome. They can add up over time, especially if you sign up for a new payment plan every year, which many of us do. Tax Network USA, though, they want to help you because it's a bad idea to ignore your back taxes and allow the IRS to take matters into their hands. Find out what you can do today to take control of your back taxes at tnusa.com/RSBN. Their expert staff of seasoned tax attorneys have a proven record of settling back tax issues for people all over the country. It doesn't matter what state you're in, from Alaska to Hawaii to Tennessee. And you know what? This is the best part about it. Their people are highly trained. They're skilled tax negotiators. They know the questions to ask. They know the moves to take to help you in your specific situation. They can even minimize or eliminate your penalties. If you don't want to give the government a cent more of your hard-earned money than you have to, reach out to the experts at Tax Network USA. In their 14 years of operation, this is significant. They've saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. That says a lot about a company that's been up and running for just 14 years. They can also protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns. From ongoing compliance, they'll stay with you all the way down the line. 1-800-357-1415. I'm going to give you that number a little bit slower now. 1-800-357-1415. Or you can visit tnusa.com. No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. So, Matt, we were outside. What a rambunctious crowd out there this morning. They're super excited to see President Donald J. Trump. They have a lot on their mind. They care about this election. What struck you about the crowd this morning?
Well, the size, it's interesting. It always strikes me. We've come to expect this from President Trump. Anywhere he goes, he draws a rock star crowd, but it's still always shocking when you're there, right? And honestly, RSBN does a great job of panning the crowd, but it never really does it justice. When you're there and you see the sheer number of people who come out everywhere he goes, he's been to this state multiple times. He's been to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and no matter where he goes, it's always a sellout crowd. I don't know how many are going to fit in here. It's a relatively small venue, but there's going to be multiple times that amount outside. So that really stuck with me, I think, for sure.
Yeah, and just getting to feel that energy, and that's something that we try to bring to you firsthand at RSBN. We did have a chance. We got here a little bit early in order to talk to some of the crowd, and we're going to share that video with you coming up in just a little bit. I just want to make sure that you know that we did our best to find out what the people here in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin have on their minds. And today, President Trump is slated to talk a lot about immigration, the open border. It's an interesting turn of events as Kamala Harris just visited the border for the first time in 3 years yesterday. For some reason, the border czar doesn't think that she needs to go to the border.
Must be nice, right? Get paid to do a job that you don't do. It's crazy. It really is. Obviously, it's for election purposes, but I genuinely believe, and not just because this is what we want to believe, I think people see through that completely. I don't think anyone at this point is going to be fooled by Kamala showing up to the border or stealing any Trump policy, such as no tax on tips or any of those things. So she'll keep doing it. That's politics, right? You have to play the optics game. But I just don't think the people in this country are going to fall for it when they've lived through 4 years of such chaos and so many bad things going on. So it's funny, but I don't think anyone's going to fall for it, to be honest with you.
I sure hope not. You know, it's kind of like a lifeguard who doesn't show up to the pool when the primary job is to guard the lives of the people in the pool. Well, that's just like Kamala Harris for the border czar not to show up at the border for 3 years. 3 years. And then when she's asked about it, she says, well, never been to Europe either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure how that pertains to anything, but that's sort of the MO of this administration. Anytime they're called out for any of the many atrocities they've caused, it's sort of a deflection or almost like an in-your-face thing, right? Like, not my problem. So, again, that all sort of ties into where the mood of the country is right now. That's why they're historically unpopular, and she is historically unpopular. Biden was a historically unpopular president. I say he was. He still is the president. Nobody even seems to remember that. It's like Trump during the debate said, do we have a president? Where's Biden? It's so true. Late July, when he announced through that weird letter that he was going to be withdrawing, it's like no one cares who the president is anymore. He has senioritis, as they say. So it's crazy. It's a crazy time. But I just really think the people are so...
Why Kamala or Joe, who you're talking about, who's on the beach most of the time these days, why they can't shut down the border and change immigration policy right now. You know, they want to blame the border bill that didn't pass through Congress, but the problem with that is Biden could have taken executive action a long time before he actually did, and when he did, it wasn't enough. Now, President Trump has a real plan in place, something to think about when it comes to that border bill that did not pass through the Senate. If it would have, President Trump calls it a mass amnesty bill, and that's exactly what it was. And the problem with it is we would have been stuck with these laws that it would be very difficult for any new president to reverse. And so they did the right thing. I'm proud of our Senate for not passing that border bill.
Well, so am I. And it's always the verbiage, right? The Inflation Reduction Act sounded so nice, and it's worse for inflation. It's the same thing with the border bill. They talk about, we proposed a border bill, and don't include any of the, it's sort of the pass it and read it later mentality that they've had for so long. So obviously it was a good thing that we didn't pass it, even though the narrative has been, well, Republicans are blocking it. But to be honest, that's sort of a joke. I mean, right, President Trump, the reason we talk about border issues for the last decade is because of him. He's the one that coined the phrase build the wall. So for them to now, at the 11th hour before this election, try to suggest that it's him or his party that are blocking border security is sort of ridiculous. He's not blocking border security. He's trying to make sure that we get a deal that's best for everybody. So that's how I sort of see that whole scenario playing out.
You know, I can only think about how hard it must be for our Border Patrol agents who have just had to deal with this influx of people. And we just heard recently that a lot of them have been told to not disclose the policies that they have been implementing at the border that affect everyday Americans. And there's not one American in this country at this point that has not been impacted by the wide open border. You think about the fact that we're already almost $36 trillion into our national debt, and we're handing out credit cards, we're handing out all kinds of money, hotel rooms, possibly sex changes for illegal immigrants. We don't have the money to do that. In fact, this event right here had to be moved. It had to be postponed. It was supposed to be held outside, but it was moved inside because we didn't have enough Secret Service to protect President Trump. And as you know, he needs to be protected. So they actually had to move this event indoors. They changed the time as well. But where's the money? Where's the money that could go to the Secret Service? Well, think about what we're doing at the open border, because we're spending a lot right there.
And the border really ties into everything. Obviously, it's directly impacting crime. Well, the fact that we're in Wisconsin right now and it's a border-centric event sort of tells you that, right? Because there's so many issues up here. People talk about manufacturing, but border is usually a big focus in Nevada, Arizona, sort of the southern states. And we're in Wisconsin, and people are angry about it. And it's because it hits you here, not just due to the crime or some of the other horrible things that go on, but it's the money issue. It also has to do with voting, right? We see people very concerned about the integrity of the election, and for whatever reason, Democrats don't want to pass any election integrity securing measures. So it really impacts everybody, whether you think it does or not. And as President Trump's been saying, every state is a border state, and it's true, because it's not just the direct impact of the physical people there, it's everything. So it really does impact every area of society. And it's an issue that President Trump, he says he may have won on that issue 8 years ago, excuse me. A couple years later, he says he couldn't even run on it because people were bored. It was so great. He did such a good job. And now it's at the forefront again. That's how quickly it can change when you don't have right leadership in office. So it's a very important issue again.
Incredibly important, and it could actually change the structure of elections going forward if illegal immigrants are strategically placed in some of these districts that are red, because as we've heard, the Democrats could be trying to redistrict Republican seats by strategically moving the influx of new Americans in this country. So there's a lot at stake. We had a chance to speak to the residents here in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. They are fired up to see President Donald J. Trump. This is what's on the mind of voters here this morning. Excitement out here this morning in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. We are so excited to be here for another great Trump event, and I can't wait to talk to some of these people who have really had to deal with a hard time in this economy in Wisconsin because of Kamala Harris, because of President Joe Biden, and why they're so excited. We're going to find out why they're so excited for President Trump to appear today and to hopefully step in as the 47th president of the United States. You can see there is a feeling in the air this morning. The tide is turning red, and we love the way it feels. USA, USA, USA. What a crowd. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. This line wraps all the way around the building. And they're just as rowdy at the end as they are here up front. Now, before we talk to some of these great people, the residents of Wisconsin, I want to definitely talk about one of our great sponsors, because we couldn't be able to put this fantastic coverage on the air for you without our sponsors. Tax Network USA. Taxes, something that Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and President Joe Biden love. Taxes can be tremendously burdensome. We all know that. They can really add up over time, especially if you sign up for a payment plan each year and that money rolls over what you owe the federal government. That's why Tax Network USA wants to help you. It's a bad idea to ignore your back taxes and allow the IRS to take matters into their own hands. Find out what you can do to take control of your back taxes today. And Tax Network USA can likely save you some money. TNUSA.com/RSBN is the website to visit. Their expert staff of seasoned tax attorneys have a proven record of settling back taxes for people all over the country. It doesn't matter what state you live in. Their skillful negotiators substantially will reduce your taxes. They can get you the lowest possible installment plan, and they work hard to minimize or even eliminate your penalties. Money that you may not even have to pay, you got to find out by giving them a call. If you don't want the government to take a cent more of your hard-earned money than they have to, reach out to the experts at Tax Network USA and their 14 years of experience. They've saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes, so they definitely know what they're doing. I want to give you that number, 1-800-357-1415. Give you an opportunity to pull out a pen, 1-800-357-1415, or you can visit tnusa.com/RSBN. No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. So thank you to all of our great sponsors. Again, we are out here with the crowd outside of the building. This is a high school where President Trump is going to be speaking today. And I want to introduce introduce you to one of his biggest fans. This is Nicole.
Trump.
You love President Trump.
Oh, we love President Trump. Hi, President Trump. Hi, President Trump. We can't wait for you to come here. We're waiting. We've been waiting in line forever. We need you to come back into the White House. Please come back into the White House. We're all going to vote on November 5th. Trump, right, everybody? Trump.
And, you know, it's more about than just voting at this point because there's so much at stake. We've got to pray for President Trump as well.
There you go. There's my shirt.
I love your shirt. I love how he's holding up the rosary.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what's going to drive you to the ballot box. What's the primary issue for you?
Safety. Crime. Crime is up. We need safe areas, safe communities again. We need the economy. We need inflation to come back down. I want to say something. Catholics for Trump. We are voting for you. We are voting for you in Wisconsin, and we're voting for you in Pennsylvania. I'm originally from Philadelphia. I live in Wisconsin, but everybody in Pennsylvania is also for you, President Trump.
I love your enthusiasm. It's contagious this morning. You got this whole crowd fired up over in this section. Tell me a little bit. He's going to talk a lot about the border. Every American city, town is now a border town. We have seen crime here in this small community. Yeah, it's a very scary situation. The economy. What would you say to President Trump if you had his ear right now? What would be your number one message to get across to him this morning?
Close the border! Let's close it up, seal it up, let's go, let's bring back American jobs back to the United States. You were 100% right when you said 200% tariffs, okay? Keep it up, let's do this. You and J.D. Vance, let's go, let's get the White House in November. Let's go. Trump.
Thank you. God bless you. You're a wonderful patriot. You know, it's an interesting point that she brings up. She says close the border. Well, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they could do that right now if they wanted to, but they choose not to. They choose to blame Congress. I have another great patriot here that I want to introduce you to. Tell me a little bit, what's your name and where are you from?
Robin Cook in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin.
Okay, so you're from here, so you know about the immigration situation that we've been dealing with here. There was a convict who was released from Minnesota, Tim Walz's area, where he governs very irresponsibly, and you're seeing that here, an uptick in immigration problems here. Tell me about that.
Well, it's scary because I worry about our kids in the area. You know, you don't want to let them out. They got sex trafficking and all the drugs and fentanyl, and it's got to be stopped. And money for our vets.
That's right. I love that. We don't hear that enough, especially on the other side, about how important it is to appreciate and look out for our veterans.
Yes.
When it comes to the economy, how are grocery prices treating you?
It's in the hole. Yeah.
It's a tough time for everybody. What about men and women's sports? Any thoughts on that?
Oh, my Lanta. Men, stay in your own lane. Women, stay in your own lane.
I totally agree with that. Now, you have little ones. I have a 4-year-old myself. When it comes to protecting our kids and the America that we hand over to them one day, you look at the economy, you look at how decisive this election will be for the future, the trajectory of our country. What's your hope for them when it comes to a Trump presidency?
Freedom. And get those kids out of school that are acting like cats and dogs and barking and litter boxes. I'm hearing all that weird stuff, and it's crazy.
Get the maxi pads out of the boys' bathroom as well. I just think that just makes common sense.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much. As you can see, the crowd is super fired up, and we are excited because President Donald J. Trump will be taking the stage today at 2:30 p.m. There's going to be a lot of camaraderie, a lot of new friendships that are made in the meantime out here in this crowd, and you can see we've got a big one out here in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin this morning, and they love President Donald J. Trump. Back inside now. I'm Christina Loren, joined by new correspondent. This is Matt Kane, and we are talking about how excited that crowd was this morning. And you know what? Another part of why people are enjoying themselves so much out there, not just because the hope of our nation, President Donald J. Trump, will be arriving soon. The weather here is fantastic today. The high is going to be about 82 degrees. You saw that sunshine, a mix of sun and clouds. And this is a relatively small venue. Not everybody is going to get in. We had a huge line that wrapped all the way around the building. You had a chance to talk to some great patriots out there. And is this your first actual live Trump event?
It is, for the most part. Yeah, you see some things going on. I went to CPAC and the People's Convention, but in this style, a live rally, absolutely. It's great, though. I love talking to the people here because you really get a pulse for where the country is at. You could, look at all these polls or read and do all of that, but once you're in person with people, there's a literal feeling that you could feel from people when they're at these events, the enthusiasm, the spirit. So it's great to be amongst the people always. I love it.
And, I think that's why President Trump is the people's president, and that's why I do believe as well, he likes to watch RSBN. He gets a chance to hear directly from his constituents, the American people, those who he's looking out for and those who stand for him. There are people out there that love him with their whole heart. And you know what? People are starting to file in here now. This crowd is going to fill up, but this is a small space. So like we talked about, not everybody's going to get in. Prairie du Chien is the second oldest settlement in the state of Wisconsin. It's a small area. It's a rural city, and rural America has been known to decide elections.
They have been.
When you watch the Electoral College, I know you have really focused in on polling. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing in polling that looks optimistic right now, especially in the state of Virginia.
Well, I think the interesting thing with polls is that they're never right, but they do tell a story sometimes. So the best thing I do with polling is I would look more at compared to the four-year 2020 election and the 2016 election. Polls that showed President Trump, specifically in Wisconsin, I think there was like a 17-point poll where President Trump was down 17 points, I should say. And, the election came down by a whisker, as he says. So when you see it now where he's leading, tied, down by one, that's a big deal. That's showing a shift in people. If the polls are always, there's a big margin for error for Trump, for whatever reason, I think we know why. He's historically underpolled, probably because people don't trust who they're talking to, where if you say you're a Trump supporter, people might come for you, so it's a lot easier to just be silent. Your vote counts the same whether you tell people or not. So I think when you see what's happening with the polls now, where in all these states that in the years past, they would say he's down by so much and he would either win them or come close, now showing him tied or winning or down by one, that's a very good sign for the president, I think, in my opinion.
No, you're exactly right. And, when you focus on the historic numbers, he's looking a lot more representative to what we saw in 2016 than what we saw in 2020. He's looking good at this stage of the game. And so I think a lot of people are taking notice to that. Even Nate Silver has been slightly more optimistic. It's hard to, he's with the New York Times, so it's hard to really trust anything coming from the mainstream media. But talk a little bit about how polling is conducted, because like you mentioned, they're calling people in some cases and asking questions. They're making phone calls to get this data.
Well, that's what's interesting. I mean, on the one hand, I'm a polling skeptic, as I mentioned. I've never been called for a poll. I don't know if you have. So that's why there's this extreme distrust of polling, because over the years you hear the same 50-50 poll, 51-49, 52-48, basically within margins, and everyone's going, well, I'm not polled. Were you polled? Are you polled? There was a very interesting poll a couple years ago that they asked people who they were voting for, and there was a lot of undecideds, and then they did one that said, who do you think your neighbor's voting for? And that was actually very telling, because everyone said, well, I'm not sure, I'm not going to tell you. But then they said, well, my neighbor's voting for Trump, my neighbor's voting for Trump. And that was sort of a historic way to gauge. People don't want to tell you, but they will go around and sort of tell you without attaching themselves to it. So it's very interesting to look at for sure.
The 7 swing states, they're going to start to get smaller and smaller. Right now we've got 7. We're probably going to get down to 4, get down to 3, get down to 2. Those are the states where President Trump is going to be making the most frequent appearances. He's looking much better in Pennsylvania, which is a huge relief. You were at that rally in New York, and to see that crowd in New York, a notoriously blue state, going crazy for him. And when he came out on stage, he was so fired up. I loved watching him because you could just see how happy he was to be received that way. What did you feel in that moment?
Well, it's a homecoming for him. He is a New Yorker. I know he's a Floridian now, but President Trump, you think of New York, you think of Donald Trump, right? So whenever he has rallies or any event in New York, you could see there is a spirit behind him, and he really looks at home when he's in New York. And what's interesting is people outside of the state, that I'm from New York, obviously, they're always a little surprised to see how well he does in New York in terms of turnout. But if you think about it logically, the blue states are the ones that are actually suffering the most right now, because we're sort of behind the 8 ball with common sense policy, and now these last 4 years have really exacerbated that problem. So when you see him pulling large numbers in New York, it really makes a lot of sense, because I wouldn't underestimate people's ability to change their way of thinking or voting once they've really been hitting their pockets or at home. So I love seeing him in New York. It's great. You could tell he loves being there too. I mean, you picked up on that as well. But people in blue states, I would just say give more credit to the people in New York and California and all these blue states, because I think everyone has a breaking point, in my opinion. And I think he's got a shot in closing the gap in a lot of those places.
That's why there was a mass exodus in California. My mom moved from California to Florida. I've heard that story time and time again in Tennessee as well, because it's just too much. Not just the cost of living, not just the prices at the gas pump or the electric bill, but the radical policies that are coming out of the state of California. And Gavin Newsom, I've actually interviewed him before when he was the lieutenant governor of California, and now he's in a position where he could really help my home state, but he hasn't. He's made it worse. And that hurts me because I really enjoyed him as a person. He was a nice guy, and he seemed to have good intentions, but his policy spells a completely different story. When you look at California and the fact that now they want to actually not just give amnesty to illegal immigrants, they want to give money, they want to give housing, college educations. What is he thinking? You have to wonder.
Well, and it's a slap in the face to the people that put these people in positions of power, right? You know, you could lean liberal or conservative one way or the other, but there's certain things that used to be common sense amongst both parties, even just 30 years ago. You look at some of Bill Clinton's platforms from 1994, 1995, and he wanted a strong border. It was common sense sort of policies that I guess they probably took for granted when they wanted to start moving drastically to the left, that their people would just continue to vote for them. But everyone has a breaking point, and you really can't expect people who are struggling with their finances to continue to support politicians who want to give people that come into this country illegally large sums of money, help them get their start, while people in their own state who they're supposed to represent are being left out to dry. You know,
it's tough. I mean, they're absolutely doing it to win a political contest, and for no other reason. If they really cared about the people in their state, we're going to hear a lot about the crime associated with illegal immigrants today from President Trump. I don't know if you can see some of these posters on the screen, but there's just a big sign in the back that says "End Migrant Crime" as well. And Kamala Harris has not come out. She has not extended any sympathy to the families who've been involved. We have not heard her say the name Laken Riley. Right. It is a tough situation when you think about the lack of compassion coming from the left when they're the ones who are doing the damage, inflicting it on our people.
Yeah, and it's common sense, right? There's no reason why. Okay, if you're an open border politician, that's sort of your opportunity to save face, maybe make a change, right? Something tragic happens, it brings attention to the issue. You could at least sort of act as if you're going to change. They won't even say the name. Joe Biden refused to. He actually took the bait during the State of the Union, which was very weird. I believe Marjorie Taylor Greene heckled him. You never really see that in the State of the Union. You never see a president go back and forth like that. But I think it was such an important issue that it even caught his attention. I know he's obviously not the sharpest president we've ever had, but during the middle of such a historic State of the Union is historic every year. So it's just common sense. All they have to do to just gain back some of their base would be to put America first in certain areas. And for whatever reason, they refuse to do that. And it's not politically popular. It's not going to help their chances. So it really makes you wonder where their allegiances lie.
He sure was juiced up that night, wasn't he? It was a far cry from where he was at the debate.
I mean, that was one of the, again, I say every State of the Union is historic. Trump's were historic because he's so great in how he presents himself and his message. Biden's are historic for a different reason. They're sort of a spectacle of their own because you really don't know what you're going to get. They're usually a little shorter, which is fine. You really can't take much of listening to him. But yeah, I mean, it's always something with Joe Biden. You really never know what you're going to get from him.
You know, I think a lot of us actually feel like we would be better off with Joe Biden than Kamala Harris. And I think part of the reason why is because when you look at Joe Biden, his heart, his intentions, in many cases, they seem to be in the right place, especially with the military. With Kamala Harris, it strikes me as a situation where she'll do anything to get ahead. She has shown that in her past. She is willing to do whatever it takes to get to the next level. I don't think that her intentions are even as pure as Joe Biden's, who we have to question as well. But when you look at President Trump, a man who has now withstood 2 attempted assassinations on his life, who will not stop. He's going to be out here today, even though, like we talked about earlier, we had that potential reduced, Secret Service situation. He's still coming out here. He's unstoppable. He's our unstoppable patriot, and his heart is in the right place. And it's so hard for me to think that possibly close to half the country, I don't believe that, but if you trust the polls, half the country doesn't feel that way. I can't even understand that.
Well, I think you're seeing that shift, though. Definitely a couple years ago when he first emerged, President Trump had to really convince people during that 2016 run that it wasn't a spectacle. He was serious about his country and America, and he did that. Since then, you're seeing this shift. No president's ever gone from 64 million votes to 74 million votes after one term. I expect him to blow past that number this time. So, there's a finite number of people in this country. it can't be 50-50 in my opinion. And I think it's interesting. Most politicians, the longer you see them, the less you like them. By the end of an 8-year reign or someone being in the spotlight, people have sort of had enough. You saw it with Obama. He lost a lot of votes in his second election. The longer President Trump's in the spotlight, the more people love him. And it's really fascinating. Someone should do a study on that someday, because no one's really ever been able to do that aside from him. It just sort of speaks to the legend. He's this now larger-than-life figure because of all that he sacrificed, really. It's not just because the unorthodox way he came into politics. It's really because of the sacrifice he's made. This last 4-year period, he really proved that he's willing to go through whatever to help save this country. And I think that's resonating with people in ways that polls probably will not show.
You know, I was a little disappointed even when he said that he was not going to come back and run again if he does not win this election, because I think it really puts things into perspective. It drives it home that we may not have President Trump. You know?
It is sad. I mean, and we know that, right? You hear 2028. It's like, why are they even asking him that? You don't even want to hear it, even though we know it. And basically, it puts into perspective, like you said, this is it. He needs to win. He needs to come back into office and fix so many problems. But even if that does occur, we're coming towards the end of the Trump era. Events like this today, you know, this doesn't always happen in American politics. There's rarely a president who's as loved. So in a weird way, there's a lot of bad things going on right now. But if you can out there, try to cherish it. I mean, I know right now it's going to get crazy in the next 5 to 6 weeks leading up to the election. But this is a historic era that, relatively speaking, will end soon at some point. So you have to cherish it, I think.
You give me the chills when you say that, because it's like we're down to the last 38 days.
That's it.
And this may be, you know, this is going to be, we know that the trajectory of this nation is going to change no matter who wins. It's either going to go in the path of good or the path of evil. And I hate to say it like that, but that's just the way things seem to be turning. When you talk about men in women's sports, you talk about a complete shift on abortion and normalizing abortion. And that's a really tough one, I know, for a lot of people to think about. But when you talk about Christian fundamental values that this country was founded on, it seems like the Republican Party is holding them up. Freedom of religion is on the ballot this year. Freedom of speech is on the ballot this year. There is so much at stake right now. And President Trump is championing for us. He's fighting as hard as he can. But if that election integrity is not upheld, we're going to be in a different situation. Now, I know you, like we talked about, you're following the polls, and I feel a lot more comfortable going into this election. I know there's a lot more watchdog action out there. I know a lot more people are going to be at the polling places. They'll be counting the votes by hand in Georgia. How do you feel about election integrity going into this next 38 days?
Well, everyone's a little bit fearful because we still have that sort of PTSD from 4 years ago. But there's been a lot of great changes. You look at how the RNC revamped the leadership there now under Lara Trump and Michael Whatley. You see states like Pennsylvania, for example, who just, the state Supreme Court decided that mail-in ballots have to be postmarked prior to the election. Last election, that was a big problem. That's why they counted votes for so many days. Wisconsin's a little bit different. They got rid of ballot drop boxes. They got a new state Supreme Court. They just ruled that they're going to be president again. So you have to be cautiously optimistic, but also get involved. If you're concerned about it, get involved in your local state. So you feel a little bit better after 2020. All eyes are on the election process. So in that regard, you have to be hopeful. But you can't get complacent either. So you have to be involved and make sure that everything in your state is done as close to perfect as it could be.
Everything in your state, even if your state is leaning blue, you still need to get out there and vote. You still have time to become a watchdog. You can help out with this very election, knowing that you did everything that you possibly could to stand up for what's right in this country. I think that's where a lot of us stand right now. You and I are both rather new to RSB, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to get involved, is because if there's any small contribution that any of us can make right now to help President Trump get elected, we need to do it.
I agree, but I think people feel that. It's sort of, there's nothing too glamorous about grassroots efforts a lot of the time. Everyone likes the national spotlight, the national politics, but I'm seeing a ton of mobilization at the local levels. People getting involved at whether it's school board meetings, minor election integrity sort of initiatives. People really feel compelled right now, and it's a combination of how bad things have been, but also President Trump championing the resistance to that, right? If it weren't for him right now, we would have people that wanted to move away from this current era of liberal madness, but you really need a leader, and it's clearly him. So you have to give him all the credit for sort of revamping the political sphere over the last 10 years, and I think he's going to continue to do that for a long time.
Absolutely. You know what I love about it as well is the fact that he wants to go down as the best president that this country has ever had. His face on Mount Rushmore is a real possibility.
Yeah, why not?
I think the Democrat Party looks at the fact that he doesn't have that potential for re-election, and they see it as a threat. It's not. He wants to not only make this country great, he wants to make it greater than ever before. He wants to go down in the history books as somebody who stood up for what is right against all odds. I have no doubt that that's what inspires him. I mean, you look at, he's in the latter stages of his life now, and one day we all will be, you know what I mean? But he's still fighting hard. And I think that there's a bio age and a chrono age, and the way that he operates, it's like I'd say like a 40-year-old man.
Built differently. Yeah, he's definitely, I know people use that term, and it's funny, he is quite literally built differently. There's nobody like that man, and that's why people love him so much.
I certainly do. And I think that a lot more people this go around are not afraid to be in this MAGA movement. This movement has grown so much.
I agree.
And it's just one of those movements where it used to have a derogatory connotation when you talked about people, you know, make America great again with the hats. A lot of people would put MAGA into a certain category. Now, MAGA, I feel like, is half the country.
Big time. I think MAGA is the majority. And to go back to your point a little bit about being a historic president, I hope we never have to have a president as great as President Trump again, meaning he's had to go through so much. He's had to go through the impeachments, the indictments, the assassination attempts. If he comes back and does a great job and sets this country on the path forward that we all expect him and believe him to be able to do, I hope we never have to have another president who has to go through this. I really hope and believe he will reset us to a point where we could return to a point of success and normalcy. Just something I've been thinking about when you see everything he's going through when it comes down to the last couple of weeks. You really admire what he's put himself through. And as you said, he doesn't have to do this. I mean, everybody knows the life he had, the life he gave up. His family as well. You just saw Melania, the First Lady, talk about in her first sit-down interview about the attempt on his life in Butler, and how their young son, Barron, college-age kid, he's out playing tennis or some sort of sporting lesson, has to come into that news. They're people. I mean, that's a family. He's a father, a grandfather. He has children. He has, sons, daughters, grandchildren. It's terrible. Terrible to put anyone through that, especially considering all he wants to do is make America great again. So it's sad, and it adds to his legend and makes people appreciate him more. And that's why I think when you just talked about how the movement is so big, that's one of the reasons. People can really see, and he always says he's proud of how smart this country is. They see through a lot of it, and the evidence of that is how popular he's become, because he's the representation of that. So.
He is, and you had a chance to see outside a little bit earlier on. I know I always point it out, but the people who come to an event like this who want to see President Trump in person, these are intelligent people, and they have real issues that they know that he can solve and only he can solve. Whereas you see Kamala Harris having to bus people in to her rallies,
yes,
and then, having to listen to her go on and on using the same phrasing and talking to us like we're kindergartners. It's a completely different situation. And when you talk about Kamala Harris and what she's actually done for the country, maybe somebody can put it in the chat, because I don't know. What has she done for this country?
Well, nothing good. I mean, if you're putting me on the spot right there. I think everyone in this country has a hard time answering that. But you mentioned how she talks to people like their children. That's the whole ticket. You look at the Walls family. The Walls family likes to talk to people that way, too. And there's policy issues. There's what we talk about, lawfare that President Trump has endured. That makes him appealing. There is also a personality thing. How much that weighs, I don't know. It definitely is worth something. They're really not appealing on that side. I mean, nobody wants to come to, if you fill up an event like this, a venue like this, and you had someone coming in here, we're all grown adults here, everyone, you see the people in this crowd, they're excited, they want to know what's going on. Nobody wants to be spoken to that way, as if, it's almost belittling, it's a little condescending, it's insulting. Again, it's another thing that doesn't help them. It really makes me wonder, I don't know if I'll ever have the answer to it. I sort of wonder what they're doing in that campaign. It almost looks like self-sabotage, but I guess we'll see on election night whether that was the case or not.
Yeah, they keep going back and forth, and it makes it difficult to follow. I mean, 1 minute, Tim Walz is talking about how it's okay for demasculinity in men, and then he's out there working on his car, got the hood up, getting greased up. You know what I mean? It's hard. Yeah, they are wishy-washy all over the place.
Well, and you hear about stories from his state that he governs, and I saw a clip of him the other day where he said he had something alluding to the fact that he has a saying where it's like, leave people alone, mind your own business or something like that. That's not at all how he governed. I mean, he shut down businesses for a very long period of time in Minnesota during COVID. And it's interesting. They all sort of try to reinvent themselves 4 years later when it's politically advantageous. But this isn't the 1800s. We have video, there's internet, there's social media. Those clips live forever. So it's a little bit ironic when they sort of come out and act as if they're these new people that are going to save everything, when there's evidence of just a few years ago. And I think what President Trump always says about how whatever a politician says first in their career is where they really stand, that's so true. Because you look back at all these people who say one thing when they're lesser known and then sort of become more moderate in rhetoric, but then get into office and go back to their old ways. It's such a smart point by the president, because it's absolutely true.
They go back to what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, exactly.
You may not be comfortable with the economy right now. You may be watching your grocery bills, your electricity bills, just going to fill up the tank so much harder than it used to be. Well, protecting your 401k right now is more important than ever. And we have a great sponsor who can help you do so, Birch Gold. Did you know that there's nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds still yet to be spent? As the clock ticks down to November 5th, 38 days away from now, the Biden-Harris administration, they're likely going to push out a massive amount of money in their final few months. And this, of course, would be a last-ditch effort to get votes. If Biden and Harris are able to push out these funds, which many of us believe that they will, we just saw President Biden sign a big check over to Ukraine, our inflation could surge again. It's something that we all need to be very concerned about. But our friends at Birch Gold, they want to assure you in particular that there's hope. You who's watching on the end of this camera, you who's paying attention to what's happening in the economy, Birch Gold can help you protect your hard-earned money. We all work so hard, especially for the money that we save up to take care of us one day when we finally get to quit working, when we're retired. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge. To see how to protect your IRA or your 401k, you can get a free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. And when you make a purchase for a limited time, Birch Gold is giving away a fantastic gift. It is a silver coin, a unique collectible depicting President Donald J. Trump defiantly raising his fist after the attempt on his life. Don't miss your chance to own this one-of-a-kind piece of history. It's all preserved for you in a silver coin. If you know a coin collector, if you have one in your life, they will want this coin. Protect your savings from Biden's spending spree and get your free Trump silver coin by texting Trump to 989898 today. That's Trump to the number 989898. We love our sponsors.
We do. We do. That's what keeps the country going and the movement going.
Absolutely. And today, like we talked about, we were just in Michigan yesterday, and President Trump had a lot to say about manufacturing. Today, like we talked about, he's going to be really focused in on the border. There was an incident that happened right here in this small town of 5,500 people, Prairie du Chien, involving an illegal immigrant who was arrested not once, not twice, but multiple times and sent right back out into the public. Talking about what he did is probably too graphic for our audience, so I'm not going to talk about it, but I will say this. At one point, he was arrested in Minnesota, the state where Tim Walz is governing very inefficiently. Well, they sent him back out after 3 days after some horrific crimes took place. And then recently he was arrested here in this small town earlier this month. An illegal immigrant from Venezuela, part of the gang TDA, Tren de Aragua, that originated in a Venezuelan prison. This group is out to get our law enforcement. You saw what they did in Aurora, Colorado. This is a scary situation, and people here, even in rural cities, they have a lot more to be concerned about now than ever before.
Well, that's why President Trump is so right to say that every state is a border state now. It's a long trek up from the southern border to Wisconsin. It's a long trek up to New York. That's a big problem. And whether it's because the politicians are busing them in or allowing them to come in, one way or another, they're getting to these places that are not typically border states, and it hits home. I mean, everyone, it's natural to be a little numb to some problems that you don't really feel like are pertinent to your immediate family or your immediate situation, but it's really becoming so pervasive that everyone is sort of on edge about it, because at any given day, it could end up being a problem for anybody anywhere in the country.
You know, we also found out yesterday in breaking news that another incident in good old Minnesota, in Minneapolis, they actually put their first undocumented citizen on the police force. So, I mean, that's hard to take, and it's just a precursor of things to come, in not just in Minnesota. But what if he's second in command? What does that mean for the country? Are we going to just change all the laws that we've upheld for so long that make America great?
Well, it's the perfect example of America last, right? I mean, even if it's just one person, that's one American who could have had that job. It's one when, you know, every time they try to downplay any crimes or things that are caused by illegal immigrants that victimize an American citizen, one is too many. I mean, if you had strict border laws on the books, as President Trump had, those things would not be happening. So obviously that's the political play. They have to try to spin it as downplaying it because it's an unwinnable argument for them. But it's really terrible. And when it impacts American citizens, there's really no excuse for it. Close the border, enact strong border policies, and everything would be much better here.
You know, Tim Walz also is known for saying, one man's socialism is another man's neighborliness.
Can you believe it? He's running for vice president of the United States, and that's actually part of the platform. It's not believable.
It blows my mind because it's capitalism. It's the free market trade that makes this country great. It's what inspires competition to take place. We need that perfect competition for the best ideas to win out. That's why everybody looks to America to lead. Things could really change. We're going to talk more about it on the other side of this quick break. We'll be right back.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
America, listen up. In an unpredictable world, chaos looms. Assassination attempts, civil unrest, a volatile market, and the rise of a new pandemic. The Bird Flu Summit in October echoes Event 201, bringing eerie warnings like the main topic: mass fatality management planning. The future feels uncertain, but your preparedness doesn't have to be. Introducing the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit. This isn't just a first aid kit. This is your home's urgent care center, packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, Z-Pak, and amoxicillin, all backed by experts like Dr. Peter McCullough. No more frantic urgent care visits. Just a few clicks and it's delivered to your front door. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN and save $45 off and get free shipping. Get your medical emergency kit today.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Good afternoon, Right Side Broadcasting Network viewers. You are looking live there in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, a town in southwest Wisconsin, just on the border of Iowa. President Trump, of course, will be speaking there at 3:30 today. You've been hearing RSBN's Christina Loren and Matt Kane there live. We'll be going back to them shortly. Before we do, we have to thank our sponsor, Birch Gold Group, for all of the great products that they have with gold, silver, precious metals. Now, a tax-sheltered IRA, 401k, all of these backup plans to the U.S. dollar, gold, silver, precious metals, you can get through texting Trump to 989898. You see that number there on your screen. You'll get an info kit, kind of figure out if this is right for you. But at the end of the day, we know that with the dollar fluctuating, it's always good to have that peace of mind with gold, silver, and precious metals. And as you see there on the screen, it's a free fight silver coin that you get through a purchase with Birch Gold Group. So a great piece right here, a free fight silver coin through Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. Once you get that info kit, then from there, if you purchase a product through Birch Gold Group, you'll get that free fight silver coin. That offer goes through the election. So text Trump to 989898. All right, so Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. Our RSBN correspondents will be picking up that live coverage here in just a moment. We do know a lot of people out there in the country are saying, you know what? There's 38 days left. Some of you have volunteered. Some of you have not. Well, you're going to meet a couple here named Phil and Laura Torrenson from Nebraska. Met them in Council Bluffs last year during President Trump's stops throughout various primary states like Iowa was a caucus state, and of course New Hampshire a primary state. But so ran into this great couple, the actual husband Phil, and here's what they had to say about what they're doing as we face this fork in the road some 38 days from now. Join us right now from Nebraska. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you, Matthew.
You know, Phil, I told everyone we met, of course, out at a Iowa event with President Trump. I interviewed you, and I was so impressed by how you just delivered the truth there live on TV. Had to get you and your wife on. You guys are also with Trump Force 47, right? You volunteered. Can you tell us a little bit about that whole process?
Well, we volunteered. We went through some training, and there's a whole bunch of us out here knocking doors. And we're concentrating on low propensity voters, and we get a walk list, and we try to make contact with people. And this congressional district, it's very important that President Trump wins this district.
And Laura, can you tell us a little bit about the process of volunteering with Trump Force 47, what it's like for you, and also why are you doing it?
I am doing this because it's the most important thing that I've ever done in my life. I love President Trump, and I love for what he stands for. And the things that we do is we have phone banks, we mail out things, we help with the signs, we do the walk list, and meeting the people is the most fantastic thing that I've ever witnessed before. They are awesome.
And then, so what's it like when you guys talk to people? Are you seeing a lot of people say, I'm already on Team Trump, I'm already on Team Freedom, I'm voting red? Or are you running into independents and some Democrats? And what is that exchange like out there?
Well, when we talk to people, normally they're pro-Trump, most of them, okay? And they're very, very, very positive. We'll ask them like who they plan on voting for. And then most importantly, we ask them how they plan to cast their ballot, whether it's on election day in person, whether it's early voting in person, or whether it's vote by mail. And we try to get those people to decide which way they're going to vote, and then connect them with the campaign as well.
early voting here is October 7th, and we're planning on going to vote early.
Okay. So what is it like that you guys are a team, a husband and wife team, on the same page for the right president, for the people's president? That must make you feel good, but also to go out there and help others.
It's the most fantastic thing that we've done together. It's brought us closer together. We kind of think alike, and we just love meeting the people.
That is so
Yes.
awesome. That is so awesome. Phil, any final words here on this interview?
Well, it's great to be able to go with my wife. It's one thing to sit and watch this stuff and worry about the future of the country. It's an entirely different matter when you actually do something about it. And I would encourage everyone out there that's watching to get involved with Trump Force 47 at their local level and do this for President Trump rather than sitting and worrying about it.
That is perfectly said. There's nothing more to say than that. Phil and Laura Torreson of Nebraska. Guys, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again soon.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Matthew.
Bye.
Have a good day, guys.
You too. And the thing that's interesting is, as you guys know, here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, whether it's myself or any of the other correspondents, when we're in the field, we run into people time and time again that are volunteering with Trump Force 47, or they're volunteering with a group that is just wanting to get out the vote. So, we see that all across the country, but if you're looking at your time and your schedule, and if you do have that extra time, why not fill it with doing your part, right? Helping out in any way you can. So we know that, hey, at least we did everything we could, and we voted, we prayed hard, we worked hard, and we stood with President Trump all the way through this election and onward to victory. So January 20th, 2025, we'll have a lot of smiles on our faces instead of the other way around. So President Trump will be in Erie, Pennsylvania tomorrow. Our RSBN correspondent Bobby McNeely and Nikki Stanzione will be there live for that rally. President Trump will return to the state of Wisconsin. You see Wisconsin right there on your screen. That's Prairie du Chien in southwest Wisconsin. President Trump will be in Milwaukee on Tuesday, and then he'll have another stop in Wisconsin, so a doubleheader on Tuesday. Next up on the schedule at this point is October 5th, Butler, Pennsylvania. Of course, that will be quite the rally with quite the attention, not only for the people there. Will be a sea of people, but all around the world, let alone national and local press, will be covering that event as we see the strongest president we've seen in our lifetime continue on. All right, so let's thank the Wellness Company real quick here. Wellness Company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Two great kits that I can show you real quick here. This is the Contagion Emergency Kit and the Medical Emergency Kit. Both of them with great prescriptions to knock out any virus or bacteria. You're talking ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, amoxicillin, a Z-Pack. All you have to do is go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use that promo code RSBN for 15% off. RSBN for 15% off. It's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. You get more information, fill out some medical paperwork or online paperwork, and then you can get one of these for you, whether it's your house, whether it's in your car or at your workplace. So it's good to have something like this around. The Wellness Company, these great kits right here. Use that 15% off using the RSBN promo code to get that 15% off. All right, so another thing that we've been receiving here at RSBN are some emails where people are asking, how do we know about the next event? When is the next upcoming event, right? So there's a few ways to find out. First is go to RSB Network, rsbnetwork.com. In the top right corner, you're going to see upcoming live events. Upcoming live events, you click on that, you'll see, if you did that now, you'd see today's broadcast right here for Wisconsin. Also, when you're on Rumble, you can see the word upcoming in the lower left corner of the thumbnail there for other events. For instance, you may see the Erie, Pennsylvania event that's tomorrow, right? So there's ways to kind of stay up to date on all of the events that are happening and all of the events that we're covering here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so on Truth Social, President Trump just said on Truth Social, can you imagine that Kamala got up yesterday and tried to pretend she did a good job at the border when she never even went there. That post continues on for President Trump, but let's send it to Christina and Matt right now in Wisconsin.
Welcome back.
Oh, we are back live. Sorry about that. We're back live. You can see the venue is filling out here in Prairie du Chien here in Wisconsin. Now, we just talked a little bit off stage about how rural America loves President Trump. What do you think it is about him that resonates so much with this area of the country?
I think that rural Americans absolutely are patriots, and I think that living in a small town, there's often a big divide between the city and the country, especially for our hardworking farmers who don't have time to be so heavily involved in politics. They're not out, going through Congress, marching into meetings and shouting what they want. They're a humble group of people. They're faith valued. They love God. They love this country. And President Trump did a lot of good things for our farmers when he was in office. We had to go through some tariff wars. There was a battle to get some help for our farmers. But with the USMCA, he made a huge difference for agriculture in this country. And he looks out for our farmers, which is so important. This is a rural community. Wisconsin, obviously, is dairy land. And so a lot of dairy farmers here. Dairy farmers, big shout out to any dairy farmers who are watching. They never get a day off. You got to milk cows twice a day, every single day of the year. Now there's robotic milking machines, but the role of the American farmer is still very heavily needed in all aspects of agriculture. And President Trump looks out for our farmers. Kamala Harris can't say the same. She does not look out for American agriculture.
And that's the thing I always take away from traveling to this part of the country. It's a very simple way of life. They just want to be left alone, essentially, right? Have a government that has their back, looks out for their best interest, and is really left alone. So naturally, they're not big fans of Kamala Harris out here. You and I just spoke a little bit about how the Democrat Party is undergoing a rare fracture, right? We're used to seeing Republicans with so much infighting, even the speakership saga over the last couple of years. And now you're seeing the Democrats sort of having their own version of that. Joe Biden was the nominee, I'm running, until he wasn't one day, and all of a sudden he was out of the picture. There's a lot of problems going on right now. They sort of don't seem to be on the same page with their messaging. You just saw Chuck Schumer say that Kamala Harris's rejection of the Al Smith charity dinner was probably not her. It was her handlers, which is obviously a big blunder to say about a woman running to be president of the United States, right? You're basically saying someone's behind her. What has been your takeaway from this rare Democrat infighting?
Well, I thought Chuck Schumer was one of the handlers, so that's surprising to me. Obviously, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, who still says that she talks with the White House weekly. She wants to make sure that we all know that she's very heavily handed in what happens, the decisions that are coming out of the White House. I do think it's interesting. 2 members of the squad, they're not coming back. The squad, there's a fracture there as well, whereas everybody seemed to stand behind that group of radicals for so long in the Democrat Party. In fact, they backed AOC's Green New Deal, which made 0 sense, to take away air traffic, to take away airplanes. That was part of her Green New Deal. It was preposterous, and she was going to try to get this done in 10 years' time. 5 years have lapsed, and she's done nothing. In fact, the needle has not moved on greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, we have higher emissions across the country, not across the country, rather in the world, than ever before. Now, our emissions have come down here in this country. However, when you look at the world situation, we're now importing oil from countries that pollute without regard when we could be making it clean right here. I want to tell you about something cool. This just came online for us. You said your grandma has the Trumpy bear?
Multiple, probably 3 or 4.
Okay, well, she's going to want to get her hands on the Trump blanket, too. Now, this is a rare opportunity for those of us who like to snuggle up with a nice warm blanket this time of year, maybe by the fire. We know that winter is coming.
Election night, right?
Election night, yeah. When we're all up all night long biting our nails. Yeah. The Trump blanket is the way to stay comfortable and show your support for the greatest president this country has ever had. Our sponsors from Patriot Attic, they just released their plush Trump presidential blankets. You can get yours while supplies last. And we're giving RSBN viewers 20% off. We're thankful to any sort of a discount that we can get, especially from our sponsors when the economy is so tough right now. Use that promo code RSBN20. These make an amazing gift for any Trump supporter. You can start your holiday shopping early as well. maybe get somebody you know, maybe a Democrat in your life, get them a blanket.
You never know.
It says in the Bible, to silence an angry man, you give him a gift. Well, you know, a blanket, everybody can use a blanket. Get your holiday shopping early, get your presidential blankets before they run out. All you got to do is go to patriotaddictdeals.com. Again, that's patriotaddictdeals.com to order yours today. And don't forget to use that promo code RSBN20 to save 20%.
Now, it's so interesting. I feel like President Trump, I don't feel like it. I know he's the most marketable president ever. I mean, that's sort of how he became to be what he was prior to being president, right? He's so marketable. Do you ever see a Kamala Harris sweatshirt, a Kamala Harris blanket, a Kamala Harris bear? I don't see any of that. I don't know if you see that throughout the country. We're from different areas. Do you see that anywhere?
There's no demand for it would be my answer to that. This is a capitalistic economy. There's no demand. There's no supply.
It's true. But it's sort of amazing. I mean, you mentioned a Trump blanket, a Trump bear. I'm enticed to buy it. I mean, do I really need a blanket right now? Maybe not. But if it's Trump, it really speaks to the appeal, I think, is what I'm getting at. We talked about polls earlier, but there's also organic signs. We're outside today. Everyone knows this venue is relatively small. People are here knowing that they're going to be sitting outside in the heat today to watch President Trump from outside. They're not even going to get a real glimpse of him. That sort of speaks to the popularity. I've been fascinated to see all of the arguments that this is a 50-50 race, despite the fact that they don't have any of these. In other words, if it was as close as we're sort of led to believe, wouldn't there be at least some organic sign of enthusiasm or mobilization for not just Kamala Harris, but the Democrat Party? Don't you think Obama could draw a big crowd or something if she was as popular as they want us to believe?
Well, they're sending out Hillary Clinton to do damage control, which goes to show, I mean, just how popular the entire party is. It's really tough I know exactly what you're saying, and you're right. There's just, the momentum is not the same. There is a crowd outside. They just want to be in the proximity of President Trump. Whereas people in her own party, they want to distance themselves. When Kamala was originally suggested as the nominee, before she was the nominee, there were meetings that were held under wraps, of course, by Democrats.
Of course.
And even Jasmine Crockett was saying, you know, this is not for sure yet. People were saying, like, essentially they weren't very happy with the idea of her being the nominee.
Right.
That tells me something. She was thrust upon us.
And if you're a Democrat voter, like, I would assume that upsets them, right? Because for all of Biden's flaws, of which there are many, he was elected as the nominee, for better or worse. They even blocked RFK. But at the end of the day, the official votes came in and he was declared the Democrat nominee. Do you think that there's going to be any referendum by traditional Democrats on the party for basically taking the will of the people, the will of the voters, out of their hands?
They're the uniparty, so that's a really good question. I mean, if there's a fracture in that uniparty, then absolutely. And it should happen. And when you look at John Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania, who has come out and said, you know, Pennsylvanians like Trump for these reasons. He's going to help them. Those are his constituents. These are people that he cares about. I know that he also cares about Israel very much. These are life-changing decisions that are on the line right now. And so if you want to do what's right and not just do what's popular, I think that there is going to have to be more of a fracturing, that uniparty.
Now, I just mentioned RFK. What do you think about his decision to unite with President Trump, mainly because of the main big picture issues that he cares so much about? How do you think a large portion of his supporters are going to join President Trump? I personally see that. I think people that were ready to vote for RFK trust him. That was a big appeal for him. How do you see that playing out? How do you see that impacting the election in just a couple of weeks from now?
I interviewed a young man in Arizona at my first Trump rally, and he said that he was going to go ahead and vote for Trump because any decision that RFK Jr. makes is an enlightened decision. And I thought that was so profound coming from a young man who was only 19 or 20 years old. I think that President Trump has given RFK Jr. a voice that he would otherwise not have. We saw him come out and speak just yesterday in Walker, Michigan. He's talking about things that are so important, like the health of our children and big pharma and big agriculture and what's happening, how it's all impacting our health. Nicole Shanahan as well has come out as a very strong advocate for President Donald Trump. These are people who wouldn't have a voice. To be denied by your own family members as well, because he's put a lot on the line to join forces with President Donald J. Trump. The Kennedy name is a Democratic name. It's a name that carries history and magic. And to see him joining up with President Donald J. Trump, I think that was possibly the biggest game changer so far in this election.
And I think so, too, because as you just said, that's the most prominent Democrat name in history. that's a big leap. It's not as simple as someone else giving out an endorsement. For him to do that took a lot of courage, but also probably a lot of deep thought. And I'm sure there were a lot of people that identified with the Kennedy name, voters, I should say, who are now feeling like, well, if Kennedy himself is going to support President Trump, I can too. And that really does speak to what we talked about, the Uniparty. The Uniparty, right, it couldn't be more clear. There's America First and then there's the Uniparty. And that's sort of it's a realignment. And a lot of the time when that happens, you see big changes in an election turnout, right? You see people who are seeing something new that can kind of speak to them. So it's sort of fascinating. I don't know what you expect in terms of how that's going to impact, swing states or anything like that. But we talked about the margins in the swing states right before we got on. I know you asked me about the polls. What are you expecting? I'll put you on the spot right here. Are you expecting a President Trump win? Are you expecting a big win? What are you thinking in terms of the swing states as the election approaches?
Well, I do not think that Kamala Harris is going to win the popular vote. I think we can all pretty much safely bet on President Trump winning the popular vote. Could she win the Electoral College? That's the big question. Is this going to be a fair election? That's another big question. I think that's the big looming question over everybody's head right now. Is this election going to be fair? And it's terrible that we have to go into it with that feeling. Like we were talking about, there's a little bit more of a safety net knowing that people are standing up and doing what's right. But when you talk about a digital age and technology and just what we've seen, the manipulation from social media and some of these huge names in social media not allowing the message to get out, that's one of the reasons why RFK Jr. was so disappointed. He would post things and they would not be seen. His messages were getting shut down. So in that sense, it's already not a fair election.
Right.
But if you look at how the actual polling is going to take place, how those votes are going to be counted, I think that's the biggest question. I think fundamentally, he should win by a huge margin. Would you agree with that?
I would agree completely. And what you just mentioned about social media, it's so important right now. It plays such a big role. Prior to that's an election interference, not even necessarily direct fraud or any direct vote manipulation. But we talked about the impact of social media and deep fakes, where after years of seeing Joe Biden, stumble his way through everything, you're saying that respectfully, you respect the office, but it is true, everyone saw it, right before they decided to oust him. All of a sudden, the rumor by KJP, our wonderful press secretary, was that they were using deep fakes. What did you make of all that?
Oh, I was so offended by it because, everybody was watching these videos and she was like, oh, that's a cheap fake. That's not real. And we were all watching and thinking to ourselves, what are you talking about? This isn't an isolated incident. You're talking about when he was parachuting. No, that was not an isolated incident. He couldn't get through a single speech without fumbling and bumbling all throughout and not remembering the names of important leaders. Now, when you talk about the person who's in charge of our military, the guy who has his finger on the pulse of the nuclear codes, that's not who you want in office. And when there's a huge cover-up, it didn't just stop at Karine Jean-Pierre. It goes on. Kamala Harris knew darn well that he was suffering cognitively. But I do believe, this is my theory, my personal theory, I think that she held on because she knew that she was going to be, she was promised, don't say anything, Kamala, and you'll be the nominee. That's just my personal theory.
Well, I think there's something to that, and that sort of exposes how disgraceful the ABC debate moderation was, if you think about it, because if you think of, it was obviously a 3-on-1. President Trump obviously has highlighted that. Everyone who watched saw that. But the discussion, you would have at least thought they would talk about two very important issues. On one hand, we have a president who has attempts on his life happening regularly. They didn't want to ask about that. The other hand, you have a historic situation where a sitting president insists for months and months and months that I will run, I'm going to be the nominee, and all of a sudden he's ousted for the vice president, and she's on the stage and they didn't ask her. What did you take? What was your main takeaway from that debate? What did you make about the way that ABC conducted itself during it?
Oh, it was bad. It was really bad. Let's follow up on that in just a moment. Right now, I want to show you more of the crowd. We had a chance. You did some great interviews outside. We need to share those with our RSBN viewers. In fact, there's a very famous Trump supporter who you had a chance to talk to. We won't give it away, but take a look at the crowd outside and how excited they are to see our president, President Trump.
Fight, 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 fight.
We found a feisty group of young gentlemen from La Crosse. They are students here in Wisconsin, not too far from where we're located today, in Prairie du Chien. And you can see they are proudly displaying the words Trump 24 on their shirts. Now, tell me a little bit, Tom, about what it took for you to get here today.
So I'm from Prairie du Chien originally, and these are all my college friends from La Crosse. And we came down at 2 a.m., ran by my house, got here at 4. We slept on the ground outside my high school. and we got the idea to spray paint Trump 24 on these shirts, and we're here now and ready to get inside and see Trump.
You did a good job. You know, you don't really have a lot of chances for mess ups when you're doing something like this. Speaking of chances for mess ups, we can't have any more in this country. Why do you want President Trump in office?
We're all about to buy houses and buy cars, and inflation is crazy. Like, we're growing up and we don't know what to do. We gotta live and find a way to make money, and it's hard.
What a smart group of affected health crisis or medication shortage is now important, more important than it's ever been. With the Contagion Emergency Kit, the wellness company has you covered. They offer peace of mind in a box, and what's so great about it is it's travel size, so you can actually keep it in your medicine cabinet, or if you're someone who goes out on the road, you can take it with you and have that extra peace of mind in your glove box even. Just to name a few of the ingredients in the Contagion Emergency Kit, you'll find azithromycin, also known as the Z-Pack. That's used to treat sinus infection, Tamiflu, an antiviral medication, ivermectin also included, that's an anti-parasitic agent. And it comes with a nebulizer. And in just a moment, I'm going to tell you about a great promo code that you can use to have a significant discount on your Contagion Emergency Kit if you order today. It is backed by the highly regarded cardiologist, Dr. Peter McCullough. As winter approaches, birds will be migrating south, so we are expecting an uptick in H5N1 or avian bird flu. You can stay prepared with the Contagion Emergency Kit because it's designed to treat upper respiratory infections like the avian bird flu. Now imagine this, no more frantic searches for a doctor, no more having to wait in long lines at the emergency room. It's not just a luxury, it's a necessity. Visit Make Care Great Again. Use that code RSBN and save over $45. What a significant savings they're providing you with at the wellness company on that Contagion Emergency Kit. You can get yours today, but I do want to remind everybody, kits are only available in the United States of America. Now, I want to send it over to our new correspondent, Matt Kane, looking very dapper today, only to be outdone, though, by the man you're standing next to.
Right here. Hello, everybody.
That's got a great suit, absolutely.
Well, yours is a little bit better. So you travel the country and go to, obviously, most of the Trump rallies. Why do you think, and obviously in the brick suit, that's your whole, your whole shtick, the immigration. Yeah. Why do you think immigration is going to play here specifically, even though it's not technically a border state?
Well, for those who aren't familiar, there's a recent tragedy that happened in this city where there was, I believe, a Venezuelan migrant who committed a crime. I don't want to detail it because it's really tragic, but every state now in America is a border state now, Matt. Every state. And people don't think of Wisconsin as being one, but absolutely are. This community has been impacted by the illegal migrants that the Harris-Biden administration has let through. And, I feel for it because it shouldn't be happening. Those people should not be in our country. And that report came out yesterday about the incredible number of convicted criminals who have been let into our country by Kamala Harris and her administration. It's absolutely inexcusable.
Now, there's a lot of other issues that take place here that are probably top of mind for voters, but do you think immigration now, we hear President Trump say that every state is now a border state, but it's almost, it's a campaign pitch, but once it hits home, that really, I would think, resonates with people. Now, you've been here since probably 3 o'clock in the morning. Are you hearing amongst the people that immigration is now perhaps more important to them than it was previously?
Yes, and it's not just the immigration. It's also the illegal drugs that are coming across. And let's not forget about all the kids that they've misplaced, where they've just released them into America and they don't know where they're at. And then there's the people that we don't even know who were smuggled across the border, the human smuggling and the other people who should not be in our country who have somehow been able to come across because our Border Patrol has been reduced to being, in some cases, basically an Uber service for everybody who wants to walk across the border and fly somewhere else in America. So it's, immigration has so many negative impacts. Uncontrolled, unchecked, illegal immigration into our country has so many negative impacts. And one of them is housing costs. There's, housing cannot keep up with the rate of people entering our country. And that's why everybody's rents are increasing. That's part of the reason. And, it impacts the country on so many levels. Some you don't see, like rents, like cost of living, food, things like that, and others you do see, like the tragedies that happened in this community as a result of that crime.
Now, you mentioned how many different areas illegal immigration impacts. One that probably isn't being talked about so much right now, but probably should be more, is the voting process, right? So Democrats somehow are against the SAVE Act because they claim that, it's already illegal for illegals to vote. But if that's the case, then why not, pass something like that? So what do you make of their resistance to any election integrity laws as it pertains to illegal immigration?
Well, honestly, I think you're just fooling yourself unless your opinion is that eventually they want to make these people voters. Now, I don't think that that's going to happen in this election. Certainly, there will be some illegals who made the mistake of registering and will cast their ballots illegally. But I think that really what the Democrat game is to have so many illegal aliens in the country that if any point in time they have the ability, basically if they have the presidency, the House, and the Senate, that they can just flip a switch like that and give them all amnesty, and boom, just like that, they've got 10 million more voters. Now that's 20 million more people, but 10 million more voters. So I think that is their end game. It certainly is.
I think so too, and it's a shame that it's happening, and that's why we need President Trump to come back to office and really look into that a little bit more. So, Brick, I know you've been out here.
One other thing, though, too. It's not just the voting. It's like they get counted, as of now, they get counted in the census. Even though they don't vote, they are physically able to be counted in the census, and that impacts redistricting, which will come up again in 2030. So I think the Democrats are trying to pour people into the areas where they feel they're losing representation, in a means to control the erosion of California, control the erosion of New York. Those are their power centers. Americans are leaving for greener pastures from those states. But if they can replace them with illegal aliens, then they can maintain their share of the House of Representatives. So that's another key thing that they're doing with that.
It is, and that's a long-term play as well. So I want to thank you for joining me today. I know you've probably been out here since, what time did you get here today? Probably 4 o'clock in the morning?
It was earlier than that. I was at Grand Rapids yesterday at the Walker one. I left there about 6:30, just drove here straight. I rolled into town here at 2:30 in the morning, grabbed a few hours of sleep, and then I'm going to go to Erie tomorrow. So that's going to be a fun drive.
Safe travels as always. Thank you for joining me, Brick.
Okay,
Thank you.
Matt.
Appreciate
Take care.
Okay, let's get a couple of other people in here. Xavier, please join me, my friend. We have another guest coming in here, Xavier. Hello, sir.
How you doing?
Great, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
So where are you from, Xavier?
Originally from Texas, but I come from Madison.
Originally from Madison, Wisconsin.
No, originally from Texas.
No, I'm sorry. Now you're in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
What do you think is the key issues with people in the area right now? I know President Trump has come here today to talk about immigration, but what do you think they are really? What's the top issue for voters in this area?
The economy.
And why here specifically? Do you think that's a national issue or mostly?
It's a national issue because everything's so expensive nowadays. I mean, back in 2019, I drove my car up here from Texas, and I told my daughter, he goes, $1.99, they're robbing me. I'm not paying $1.99 for gas. No, I can find it cheaper somewhere else. And now, if I could pay $1.99,
everyone would be happy, right?
Yes. So nobody sees. Everybody hasn't forgotten, but everybody just remembers what the inflation is. The inflation's never going to change, and that's how they do it. So now the younger generation's going to be okay with this. So when they get older, the inflation will go up again. They'll get mad, and it'll just keep going and going and going. Somebody has to stop the inflation.
Now, this is one of those states that's always referred to as part of the blue wall, right? This is a state that Democrats typically need to hold, or President Trump needs to crack in order to win the presidency, the Electoral College. What do you think it is about President Trump that's made him able to put Wisconsin in play in a way that no other Republicans had in many years before him?
Trump gave us the encouragement to stand up and not be scared of the left. Because when he went up against the left, he didn't go up against the left. The left did not just choose Trump to try to put him in jail. The left chose him as a pawn to say, if anybody goes against us, we will do this to you. But Trump showed us that no matter if you fight for something, you will win if you're right, of course. And he's shown everybody in Madison that you don't have to be scared to be a Republican no more. You don't have to hide behind your house, your door. You can actually go out and say, hey, look, whether you like it or not, this is me.
And you think statewide that message, so he's done a great job on immigration, on the economy when he was president, but do you believe it's the fight specifically that's making Democrats in the area, in this state that's typically purple or blue, swing towards him?
Yeah, because they're actually opening up their eyes of the truth. Okay, because the history will repeat itself. And history is repeating itself with the left. So the left is actually seeing what they actually don't do. So when that happens, that's why a lot of the blue is going red, because they actually see, because action speaks louder than words. And when Camila says, well, if I'm your president, I'll do, no, look, you can do it now, you're vice president. And they go, oh no, it's because only the president, no. And they're actually seeing the lies that are crumbling in front of them.
Yes, he's absolutely right.
He is right. Hello.
Hi.
Are you getting in here?
I am getting in here. We actually have to make our way inside.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much, Xavier.
Sure, and I had a great conversation with you as well, Xavier. Thank you so
Christina
much.
what?
Christina Loren. God bless you, sir.
God bless you.
All right, everybody, we're heading inside, right?
You want to show the crowd really quick how
Let's
far
get
this
one more.
line wraps
Let's take a
around?
quick look.
Doing great.
We're gonna walk.
It's a big crowd, and we can't even show you the entire thing, but we will get to show you how many people are inside the venue once it's filled up. Thanks for joining us this morning. We got much more to come. Welcome back inside now. This is a very small venue, as you can see. Everybody has taken their seats at this point. We're expecting the program to start at about 1:30 p.m. Central Time. And based on what we saw outside in that massive crowd, I would say maybe 1/20th of the crowd is in here right now. There's a lot of people still outside, I bet.
Oh, definitely. And that speaks to the movement, because people know when they come here what the capacity is, whether they're going to have a shot to get in or not. And it really doesn't matter to them. They just want to, I think during this period of time where there's so many bad things going on in the country, it's nice to be around like-minded people. It's a Saturday, it's a beautiful day, college football's on later for people of Wisconsin. But in the meantime, they're here to see President Trump and meet with a lot of patriots who think the same way they do.
You know, I was just checking out President Trump's Truth Social page, and he actually shared a link to this very feed. We're so thankful to his support of RSBN. It just goes such a long way to inspire us to keep on working hard. I mean, you're a writer. You write about politics. You write about the Trump movement all the time. I have a podcast where all I want to do is tell the truth, because the truth isn't getting out there from the mainstream media. We were talking about President Zelensky and his meeting with President Zelensky that happened just... Oh, we're actually going to get this started. Enjoy.
Representative Derek Van Orden.
Well, it's great for you to come here. I want to welcome you all, not just to the state of Wisconsin. I want to welcome you to Sarah Jane and I's hometown. So, if you're from Prairie, I want to welcome you home. If you're from Minnesota or Illinois, I want to welcome you to America. That's right. That's right. We're absolutely thrilled to have the President of the United States, 45, soon to be 47, here in our town. We wish he was under better circumstances, but leaders show up to where they need to be. And that's why President Trump is coming here to our humble town to help us understand what's been taking place over the scourge with the border czar Harris, letting in 425 or 35,000 known criminal illegal aliens, including 13,000 plus murderers and 15,000 plus known rapists into the country on her watch. Those are real numbers provided by ICE. So I want you to listen. More importantly, I want to take the message that you hear today and bring it to your neighbors and your friends and tell them there's one way out of this mess, and that is to re-elect President Donald J. Trump. elect Eric Hovde so we can take the Senate back. And to send me back to Washington, D.C. so I can continue to fight for you. A moment of silence.
Please welcome to the stage Pastor Andy Dahl.
Well, praise the Lord. It's wonderful, wonderful to be here. What a wonderful honor, and thank God for it. We're going to pray in just a moment, but I'm thankful to be an American. I'm thankful to have grown up in this area. I love this area, and God's blessed us so much, and yet we see some things on the horizon, and we need God's help, but we also need your help, and by the grace of God, we'll see that happen. Let's pray. Father God, I come to you in the name of Jesus Christ. Father, I thank you for his sacrifice. I thank you for his death, his burial, and his resurrection. And Father, I thank you so much for the blessed hope that we have in Jesus. Lord, today I come to you also on behalf of our country. Lord, our nation is in peril. We see things today that are going on that ought not to go on. Today it's not a battle between blue versus red. It's not a battle between Democrat and Republican. It's a battle between good and evil. And I pray that today that, Father, we would understand that as Americans. I pray that we'd understand the power that we have to vote, to be able to elect our leaders. And God, I'm thankful for President Trump. I'm thankful for the stand that he's taken. And I pray that you'd allow him again to be reelected. And Father, please bless him. Please protect him. Please use him. But God, you bless our nation. You bless our land. I pray that you'd bring a national revival. I pray that we'd turn back to Christ. And Lord, do a work in our nation. Do a work in our land. And God, I pray that you'd bless us. I pray that you'd help us. And Lord, I pray that today our hearts would be stirred. Lord, I pray that we'd be moved to action, that we'd lift up the name of Christ, and that we'd vote for President Trump. Father, thank you so much. We ask this in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
Please welcome to the stage Chairman Dave Uppena.
Would you all please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? Hand over hearts. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please rise for our national anthem by Pastor Shelanie Greenwald.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the
amazing. USA, USA, USA. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Our panel is going to come out here and sit down, but I just have to tell you, whose hair did not stand up on the back of their neck when you're hearing that? Who was not inspired by that? I was. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you my friend and our representative here in Prairie du Chien, Mr. Travis Tranel.
Well, good afternoon, Prairie du Chien. My name is Travis Tranel. I have the distinct pleasure of representing the city of Prairie du Chien, the entire county of Crawford, and most of Grant County in the Wisconsin legislature. My real job, though, and this is very, very important, I am a dairy farmer from Cuba City. Born and raised on a farm, married to my beautiful wife, Stephanie. We have 5 children. I want to tell you why I'm here today. Did any of you guys see Kamala Harris said that we can't live the American dream anymore? I hope that you are as appalled by that as I am. I looked up, I'm pretty nervous. When Team Trump called and asked if I'd be willing to do this, I was in a tractor. I'm a real farmer. So I looked up because I was curious. My great-great-great-grandfather was born 200 years ago, and he immigrated to this country. Today, I get the pleasure of being up on stage with Congressman Van Orden and President Trump. The American dream is not dead. We are here because we are fighting to make sure that Kamala Harris doesn't kill it. There's one other thing I would like to say. I have the pleasure of chairing the Wisconsin Assembly Committee on Agriculture. In Wisconsin, agriculture is a $100 billion industry. The Democrats that try to paint our party as anti-immigration are lying to the American people. As Republicans, we want legal immigration. We want people to follow the rules, and we recognize that we need to reform immigration simultaneously as we seal the border. There's one other thing I want to tell you about Southwest Wisconsin. It's a special place. Those of you that are watching on TV, you're welcome to visit, but please don't move here. We love our neighbors, we just don't want any more. That's one of the beauties of living in a rural area. One of the other things that we love about rural areas, we love law enforcement. Law enforcement has a hard job, but in Southwest Wisconsin, we have your back. And it is my distinct pleasure to welcome to the stage the Chief of Police, Kyle Tenor.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everyone in attendance for visiting Prairie du Chien. On behalf of the Prairie du Chien Police Department, I want to thank all of those who support law enforcement and the incredibly hard job that we have all signed up for. The events that transpired in Prairie du Chien on September 5th, 2024 forever changed the lives of 2 women who called Prairie du Chien home for a short period of time. It is often said that law enforcement officers see the public on their worst days. There is no doubt that these 2 victims were met by my staff on their worst day. These victims were looking for help, they were looking for a voice, they were looking for strength. I am so proud of my staff that they were available to bring peace to their chaos. But let me be clear. The suspect from the September 5th incident is the only gang member from Venezuela that my staff has come in contact with preceding this incident, and the only Venezuelan gang member we have had contact with since this incident. Violence in any form must be met by those who are strong enough to challenge it. Those of us who are brave enough to speak up, those of us who are entrusted with holding those accountable that choose violence. We must never lose our focus. Violence knows no nationality. It knows no immigration status. It knows no race, and it knows no political affiliation. Violence in any form must never become normal in a civilized society. The opportunity for law enforcement to meet people on their worst days is that. It's an opportunity. It is an opportunity to bring light where there is darkness. It's an opportunity to bring kindness where there is hatred. And it's an opportunity to share the values and principles that drive us to do the work many of us cannot try. Acts of violence have become all too common in communities large and small. However, solutions to violence seem clearer when it isn't affecting you firsthand. The violence for these two victims was real. Real, like the death notifications to family members who have lost loved ones to fentanyl overdoses. Telling devastated families that their loved one is never coming home might be the most difficult day on the job for a law enforcement officer. The heartbreaking reality is that children can no longer play catch with their dad in the backyard due to the deadly drug that is too easily accessible in our communities. One unnecessary death is too many. At this time, when these challenges are facing our communities, we need more support than ever before. Public safety is not a spectator sport. No police department can address these concerns alone, and we can't address these concerns while being defunded. I stand on this stage before you to tell you that Prairie du Chien is my home. I grew up here. I've raised my family here. We will continue to walk our neighborhood, and I encourage all of you to do the same. Be kind to your neighbors. This community is better known for its kindness than any single act of violence. The only path for healing is a path forward. I encourage all attendees and those listening to use your voices in November. Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleague and the Sheriff of Crawford County, Dale McCulloch.
All right, thank you. So first of all, I want to thank President Donald Trump and Congressman Derek Van Orden for allowing me to be up here to speak, because this is really an honor for someone like me. I also want to give a shout out to all the law enforcement, the local law enforcement, everybody that's here helping keep this place safe for all of us so we can be here to enjoy it. So let's give them a hand. Okay, so for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Dale McCulloch. I have worked for the Crawford County Sheriff's Department for 33 years, and the last 14 of them have been as sheriff. Some of you may know this, and this is going to be hard to say in front of this group, but my first 3 terms I ran as a Democrat. I knew it was going to happen. But it was about 3 years ago when I was meeting with my wife Connie, and we were going to decide whether or not I was going to run again, or if it was just time to retire and go off into green pastures. And we had a nice long chat about that. And when we got done with it, we decided, okay, I'm going to run again, but I'm not going to run as a Democrat. I can no longer put a D after my name. And obviously I won because I'm standing here in front of you. And so I don't know the exact number, but it's at least over 40 years that there's been a Republican sheriff. So I'm the first one in at least 40 years. So a question I get asked a lot is, why did you change? I can't go into all of them because I only got 3 minutes. So otherwise I'd be here forever. But I mean, a lot of it was some of these ridiculous policies that the Democrats are coming out with all the time. But the one that was most personal to me was the way that Democrats villainize law enforcement. They come after us like we were the worst people in America, like we were terrorists or something. And because of that, I just had all I could take. I'd been leaning way more Republican for a long time, but that was the final straw. When Donald Trump was in office, law enforcement felt like we had somebody in Washington who had our back, and we don't have that anymore. So as far as like open border issues, obviously the incident that happened here in Prairie du Chien, but for us it's mostly fentanyl and drugs. I'm told that the majority of the drugs that come to our area is coming through this open border, and I'm sure that's everywhere throughout the United States. But as everybody knows, when Donald Trump was in office, we had a closed border. We had people patrolling the border. I'm not saying fentanyl didn't come in here, obviously it did, but right now it is everywhere. It's rampant. It's ruining our children and young adults. So I'm sure that when Donald Trump is reelected, he will close the border again. So my 3 minutes are basically up. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to ask all my Republican and Democratic friends and constituents to think about what life was like when Donald Trump was in office for 4 years, what the last 4 years have been like under the current administration, and please join me and vote for Donald Trump for president in November. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce local mother, Deborah Brinkmeyer.
Hello, my name is Deborah Brinkmeyer. I grew up here in Prairie du Chien and am now raising my children here. I'm a mom of 5 young kids, the oldest of which is 7. When President Trump was running for office in 2016, I was 23 years old and pregnant with my first child. This was the first time I remember hearing about issues with our southern border. While I knew it was a serious issue, in my naivety, I remember thinking, well, at least I live in Wisconsin, over 1,000 miles from the southern border. My family will be safe. This is no longer the case. A transnational gang member who is an illegal immigrant was arrested near a local park where my son has football practice. As a mom, that terrifies me. The border issue is now not something that is happening far away, it's something happening right here. Just like every other parent, I want my kids to have as good of a childhood as I had, or better. I remember when I was a kid, I would ride my bike to school or walk alone to a friend's house, and I was never worried about my safety. Now, I'm nervous about going for a walk with my kids without my husband being with us. I don't want my kids growing up in an America where they have to learn how to be hyper-vigilant and extremely aware of their surroundings in order to feel safe. I want my kids to be confident and secure in the world around them. When President Trump left office, our border was a lot more secure. In 2020, illegal immigration southern border crossings were around 400,000. Since then, Kamala Harris, as our border czar, has let over 20 million illegal immigrants into America. Kamala Harris has made every state a border state and every town a border town. We cannot afford to have Kamala Harris be our president. For the sake of our children, we cannot risk having her let in millions more illegal immigrants. We need President Trump back in office so he can fix our border and make America safe again. The effects of illegal immigration crime are being felt by families across our nation. I would like to introduce Patty Morin, who has experienced firsthand the effects of illegal immigration crime.
I'll grab you when we're done.
Hi, thank you for inviting me to come here and speak. Imagine, it's such a beautiful day outside. Imagine you get a phone call and it's like this. Hello, Mrs. Morin? I hate to tell you this. This is Detective so-and-so, but we found your daughter's body. I had just learned a couple hours before that phone call that she had been missing from the day before. They told us later that my daughter was on her daily walk. She was the all-American mom. She had 5 children. She owned a small business. And at the end of her workday, she would walk this very public trail that was in the middle of our town. We've walked it for years, over 25 years. An illegal immigrant that had crossed over 3 times and was sent back, and then the 4th time was a got away from El Salvador, waited in the woods, grabbed my daughter, snatched her off the trail, dragged her through the woods. He raped her, he strangled her, he stuffed her into a drain pipe. We can't allow this to happen. Kamala Harris has been responsible for the border for the last 4 years. She's done absolutely nothing. I live 1,800 miles away from the border. I'm 1,000 miles away from this town. Illegal immigration is hitting every city in our nation, and not everyone that comes over the border are safe people. If we continue the way that we're going, and Kamala Harris becomes our president for the next 4 years, it's going to get worse, not better. She's done nothing the last 4 years, nothing, and it's caused so much devastation to families. We need to vote for Mr. Trump, and I've been trying very hard not to make this a political statement because I don't want my daughter to be associated with one party or another. But Mr. Trump's the only one that's listened to our family and really cares. And this is not a political issue. This is an American issue. This is our families, our mothers, our children. And I don't know about you, but I don't think that I want to sacrifice another mother or another child for the sake of politics. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Congressman Van Orden. Orden?
We know what it's like to lose a child. And it's terrible. More people by a factor of 4 have died of fentanyl overdose in this country than were killed in the entire Vietnam War. 4 times the amount of Americans that were killed in the Vietnam War have died of fentanyl overdoses in this country since Harris has been our border czar. And it's just got to stop. I'd like to introduce to you someone that's going to give you the perspective of a healthcare provider who's had to deal with these types of issues due to fentanyl poisoning in her professional capacity as a nurse. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Sarah Filling.
Thank you, Congressman. You can't see it, you can't smell it, and you can't taste it. This is fentanyl. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid used to treat patients with severe pain in hospital settings. Fentanyl is a Schedule II controlled substance that is similar to morphine, but 100 times more potent. There is a significant risk that illegal drugs have been intentionally contaminated with fentanyl. Because of its potency and low cost, illegal drug suppliers have been hiding fentanyl and other illicit drugs, increasing the likelihood of a fatal interaction. People all over Wisconsin are unknowingly taking illegal drugs containing fentanyl and overdosing because the illegal drugs look identical to what they're used to taking. According to the CDC, synthetic opioids are the primary driver of overdose deaths in the United States. In 2022, 92% of overdoses were unintentional. Have you ever witnessed somebody dying from an overdose? As a nurse, I have. To observe mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, children, and grandparents be told that their loved one has died from a drug overdose is gut-wrenching and heartbreaking to witness. Sorry. This is some of the preventable trauma that emergency department nurses face daily. Wisconsin ambulance run reports share that our region, which includes Crawford, Grant, and Vernon County, have received over 500 calls of suspected of opioid overdoses so far this year. This is not including the data in which patients arrive in a private vehicle to emergency departments, accompanied by themselves, family, or friends. Our current administration has a border crisis. Every state is a border state, and deadly illegal drugs are being funneled into our Wisconsin communities. According to the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, fentanyl is primarily manufactured abroad and smuggled into the U.S. In June alone, about 1,400 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the border. In 2019, fentanyl made up around 32% of opioids seized at the border. And just 4 years later, this has more than doubled to 95%. What a drastic change. The Department of Homeland Security reports these figures underrepresent the illegal drugs that are being trafficked into our country. Wisconsin opioid deaths have hit a record high in 2021. The number of fentanyl overdose deaths in Wisconsin grew by 97% from 2019 to 2021. Over the last year, synthetic opioids, primarily fentanyl, were identified in 91% of opioid overdose deaths. This is a preventable crisis. Not only do our Wisconsin people need help, but America also needs help. Next, I would like to introduce someone who has personal experience with this preventable crisis, Ms. Ann Funder. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Fundner, and I stand before you today as a mom and an advocate because of the tragic loss of my firstborn son, Weston. He was everything to me. He was an exceptional student, a friend, brother, an athlete, and a child of God with a pure gold heart. My son at 15, like so many teenagers, freshman in high school, he sought to fit in. And he made one tragic choice. He tried something that a friend gave to him, but it wasn't what he was told it was. It was counterfeit, fake. It was laced with deadly fentanyl that he didn't know was there. And my son did not experiment with fentanyl. He was deceived to death by a deadly poison that should not be here. This was a poisoning. And today I speak with a heart shattered by the devastating consequences of the Biden-Harris open border policies. Specifically, Kamala Harris, her inaction since being officially appointed to the border as the border czar by President Biden in March of 2021. Her reckless do-nothing approach has directly resulted in the death of my son and countless of other young Americans, as illicit fentanyl has flooded over our open borders that she was in charge of. If Kamala Harris had prioritized border security and stopped the flow of deadly fentanyl into America, my son and hundreds of thousands of Americans would still be here. 300,000 Americans dead from fentanyl since 2021 on American soil. And since this administration took office, there's been a 94% increase in fentanyl deaths. It's now the #1 killer of young Americans in this country, ages 18 to 45. Teenagers, the number is on the rise, making it very close to being #1, and the fastest growing demographic of fentanyl deaths is 14 and under. And yesterday, 39 days before the election and 3.5 years into her appointment as border czar, she finally visits the border. And I'm here to tell you, Kamala, your weak photo op won't help bring our kids back. Taking action would have. Securing our borders, criminalizing the traffickers, holding terrorist cartels accountable, reinstating President Trump's policies, like remain in Mexico and ending catch and release. Could have. But she's done nothing, and she has failed. And now every town in America is a border town. Here in this beautiful city, Prairie du Chien, where illegal crime has reached this community, and I'm so sorry. And it lies squarely on Kamala Harris's shoulders. And this election is our last stand. If we let someone like Kamala Harris, with her weak leadership and immigration stance, take the helm, we won't get a second chance. So I urge you to talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends, talk to them about the reality of today's America. Remind them of the thriving and safe America we knew just a few years ago under the great leadership of a president who puts Americans first, President Donald J. Trump. We need our president back in office for every American who believes in freedom, in prosperity, and a secure America. So on November 5th, we'll vote back in President Trump, a true leader, and we will make America safe for us and our children again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and God bless America.
Those stories are not easy to hear, not easy to listen to, and they're almost wholly unnecessary. We wouldn't have to hear these stories of the brave men and women in law enforcement, or these moms who've lost their children, or a healthcare worker who gets affected daily. She's got to go home and live with that. Sarah's got to go home and live with that every day. We would not have had to hear these stories if Harris had done her job, period. I want you to think about something. When you leave this venue, this high school, and you go home and you look at those beautiful coulees, or you look at the Mississippi River, you look over these fields of alfalfa and corn and beans, I want you to sit there for a moment, pull your car over, and just look at that hill. Just look at it. Look at that coulee. Look at that field, and understand the cavalry is not coming over that hill. It's not. It doesn't matter how long you sit there and look at it. The cavalry is not coming over the hill because the cavalry is in this room. It's you. It is you, and it's the people outside greeting the President of the United States. You are it. You are truly the defenders of the last bastion of freedom, and that is the United States of America, the greatest country that has ever existed in the history of the world. You're it. And I'm it. Let me tell you something about a guy I know. You've seen him on TV before. He's been in the papers once and again. And they tell the most vile things about this man. And they've been lying about him for over a decade. They've tried to kill him twice. He literally took a bullet in the head for us and stood up and said, "Fight, fight, fight." Right. The press will do anything they possibly can to demonize this man. They will tell you that he's hateful, that he's hurtful, that he is a threat to democracy. And that's all lies. Those are lies. Let me tell you something about the President Trump that I know. 1 month ago and a year, we lost our oldest daughter, our sweet Sydney, to cancer. And she left us 3 children and a great husband. And the morning after she passed, I was in what is now her widower's basement, and the phone rang, and it was a number from Florida. And I don't know a lot of people in Florida. I answered it anyway, and it was President Donald J. Trump. He called me to offer his deepest condolences for what you ladies have gone through. There's nothing political about that call. There's nothing boisterous about that call. It was a call from one father to another in the worst circumstances possible. It was a call from one grandfather to another grandfather in the worst circumstances possible. That's the Donald Trump the press doesn't want you to know about. That's the man who will literally take a bullet in the head for you and your children and your grandchildren so that they may live in prosperity, peace, and freedom. That's my president too, ma'am. Yes, it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much for coming out here. And I'm truly thankful that you're going to take this message right now that is so sad and dark, and understand that there is hope. And you're going to pass that hope to your friends and your neighbors, and you're going to tell them that there is someone who is coming over the hill, the one person that will be leading you, the cavalry, and that is President Donald J. Trump. Yes! Okay. Are we in for that?
Passionate speeches held here in rural Wisconsin. We know that President Trump is going to be here shortly. He is on time today. We're excited about that. We know that this crowd has been waiting for him. It got pretty emotional there in a few moments.
It did, and I think people, it's sad to hear these stories, but you have to hear them, right? I mean, it's impacting so many people around the country. And you could hear a pin drop when these mothers and family members who have lost their children speak. It's a real issue. No one wants to talk about it because it's so hard to listen to, but it has to be talked about. That's why President Trump always speaks about it, and it's why it's resonating with so many people across the country.
You know, the congressman made a really good point. He said these people have to go home and live this reality every single day, and I thought it was very passionate when we heard from the devastated mother who lost her young son to fentanyl poisoning, when she said, "Your weak photo op," directly to Kamala Harris, "your weak photo op won't bring back our kids." What a powerful moment. We're going to go back to a little bit more of what we heard in just a moment. I want to take this opportunity, though, to thank our sponsors. President Trump is beloved, and some of our sponsors have made merchandise in his honor that we can all enjoy. And it's the gift-giving season right now. So I want to tell you about Trump Blanket. Now, this is from our sponsors from Patriot Addict. They just released their very comfortable plush Trump presidential blankets. You can get yours today while supplies last. For a limited time, they're giving our RSBN viewers a special discount as well of 20% off. Just use that code RSBN20. These make an amazing gift for any Trump supporter for any holiday. You can start your Christmas shopping early and get your presidential blankets today before they run out. Go to patriotaddictdeals.com to order yours. Again, that's patriotaddictdeals.com. And don't forget to use that promo code RSBN20 to save 20% today. And another one of our great sponsors, one that we often talk about because they have been so instrumental in bringing you this coverage. RSBN is grateful to Birch Gold. And you know what? It's a match made in heaven because Birch Gold is really able to help their clients. These are uncertain times. There's looming uncertainty about the future of the U.S. dollar right now. We don't know if we're going to hold on to that reserve currency. So this is a really good time to think about gold. And did you know that there's nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds that still need to be spent? As the clock ticks down to November 5th, the Biden-Harris administration, they're likely going to spend a massive amount of money in a very short amount of time, and that could lead to another spike in inflation in this country. Now, if they are able to push those funds out, we all need to be concerned. But our friends at Birch Gold want to assure you there is hope, and they are providing it. A gold IRA from Birch Gold, the ultimate inflation hedge. They can help you out. They have experts. If this is something that you just have questions about, give their experts a call and find out if gold is right for you. See how to protect your IRA or your 401k. If you get a free info kit, it's really easy to do so. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. And when you make a purchase for a limited time, Birch Gold is giving away free Trump silver coins. These are iconic. These will likely appreciate in value over time. They're beautiful as well. Unique collectibles that depict President Trump defiantly raising his fist after the attempt on his life. Don't miss your chance to own this one-of-a-kind piece of history preserved in a collectible silver coin. Protect your savings if you can, because even if President Trump is elected, he's inheriting a terrible economy, and things are likely to get worse before they get better, but he does offer so much hope. Nonetheless, this is a great time to invest in gold. Text Trump to 989898 today. That's Trump to the number 989898. Now, I was very impressed with some of the speeches out here and the way that the crowd is so fired up. What did you enjoy the most about that introductory speeches that we saw today?
Well, I think MAGA supporters are smart. So on one hand, they're very fired up, but then they understand when something like this comes up where there's mothers talking about their lost children. They're very engaged, and it seems like they're hanging on to every word. It hits everyone's community. Everyone feels the weight of it. And it seems like everyone here is really sympathizing for what these people are going through. God forbid it ever happens to anyone else, anyone in this room. And you could tell that they really care for the people who have gone through this and want to see positive change for the country.
You know, it was heartbreaking to hear from Rachel Morin's mother. She lost her daughter who was out on something that we all do. I try to do it whenever I can, just go for a hike or a walk. But no woman feels as safe any longer. And she was abducted by a man from El Salvador who was sent back to his country, and then he came right back in, and sent back to his country, and then he came right back in because it's that easy to cross our wide open border. And you think about what that mom is going through. No mother wants to outlive their child. For the parents out there who can hear me, who are listening right now, you know how much we love our kids. And to think about the danger that Kamala Harris is putting them in each and every day. These people are coming right in, especially across the ranches in Arizona. I've seen a lot of surveillance video of people come in with backpacks that are just filled, likely, with drugs that they're smuggling into this country. We heard from another mother who lost her son to fentanyl poisoning. Often fentanyl right now is being mixed into other drugs because it's highly addictive, and drug dealers are able to get people addicted a lot easier if they put fentanyl in it. But even a small dose can kill a person. It's so dangerous right now. Any drug is dangerous, at risk on the street.
And it's such a slap in the face because by Kamala Harris and the rest of her party, because it's one thing to be responsible for these things, but then to never address it, never to even, like, you don't want your politicians to lie, even though they all do, but not even to pretend that they're going to address or do anything about it. So these people are crying out for help. They say they can't bring their children back, but I'm sure they don't want to see this happen to anyone else's children as well, and they're not being answered. They're being heard by President Trump, but until he's in office, they're basically being left out to dry. It's similar to what the law enforcement members said up there, where they had the back of the president when he was in office, and they don't have the backing now. It seems like that's everybody right now. Everyone feels like they're not being represented in Washington, which is what's supposed to be coming from the office of the president. So I think everyone just sympathizes with one another right now because you're seeing the deterioration of everything that's going on, and it needs to change. Everybody wants it to change.
There are local heroes, the police officers that put their lives on the line to stop, and now they've got an even harder job. They're stopping criminals in this country domestically, but now they're also fighting crime that's coming in. We have an invasion from within that they have to fend off. And I think that this is the most important time, more important than ever, to support our law enforcement. I know a lot of police officers, I know at least 3 who have moved out of California because they're definitely not getting the support that they need in California, where you can actually go into a store and steal, I think it's like $1,500, you know, $1,000.
There's a number amount where they basically say
a huge amount.
Right.
Yeah, you could just take it and you're not going to, nothing's going to happen to you.
And it also demoralizes police communities because most people that become police officers have perfectly good intentions. They want to see the communities that they serve improve. And when you're arresting these people, I think President Trump, when he was in Uniondale, announced something, I believe it was anywhere from 66 to 75% of the arrests in Manhattan right now are coming from illegal migrants. And as a police officer, as you mentioned, you're fighting the people that live here. Now you're fighting to protect the people that live here from illegal immigrants, and then you'll see them on the street a week later after you apprehend them. It makes no sense. And as a law enforcement officer, I'm sure, not me, obviously, people who are in law enforcement must look at that, and it's probably hard to go to work every day, which further adds to the problem. So it's just a complete, unnecessary, unexplainable mess. The only thing that people can come to is that it's intentional. I think so many people feel that way right now, that since it's so common sense, no Democrat voters are going to be mad if you clean up your communities, and they don't do it. So it really makes you wonder what's going on.
It does. I think President Trump, he kind of spelled it out yesterday. He was like, either it's intentional and these people are evil, or they're stupid.
Right. And he doesn't think they're stupid. I mean, he says, you know, listen, don't underestimate them. They're not stupid. So he's saying, I don't know if it's intentional or if it's stupid, but he's kind of telling you it's intentional, which I think he's right.
It could be a combination.
Right.
Could be a combination. As we continue on out here, we do know that President Trump is also going to head-on address the illegal immigrant who was detained in Minnesota, and then just a few days later, he was released. And then after getting detained again, he was released again, and then he ended up getting arrested this month here in Prairie du Chien because he committed a heinous act against a woman and a child as well. And these are the stories that we're going to continue to hear about that Kamala is not bringing up. Even when she went to the border yesterday, she did say that we need to stop fentanyl, but you know what? She's the one who's allowed it to come in, and she could stop it right now. She's still the vice president of the United States. You know who's trying to stop any sort of funny business during polling? Mike Lindell. That man has fought so hard to protect the vote, to protect the integrity of our elections. And he's also been working hard at the same time in his manufacturing plant, putting out some great American-made products. And for RSBN viewers, he's been really good to us. He offers some amazing discounts that you're not going to find anywhere else. He's brought back the $25 extravaganza, and Mike Lindell always gives back to those who support him. He's a good man. He's a true man of God. He pays it forward. In honor of Back to School, Mike is bringing back $25 limited time options. You can get a 2-pack of multi-use My Pillows for just $25. Also, the incredibly comfortable My Pillow sandals. I've heard rave reviews about these sandals. Just $25. Perfect for crisp fall mornings. And if you're looking for some beautiful beach towels, he has those for you. Just $25. And for your home, My Pillow's plush high-quality 6-pack towel sets are just $25. You can also get couch and recliner pillows, same price, $25. That also goes for his incredibly comfortable sheets. He's got them in a variety of beautiful colors. I have them on almost every single bed in my home. I've done a lot of shows promoting his products, and he's so generous at the end. He's like, you can just just take this. And so I have those sheets, and I can't live without them. I love them. It gets better. The My Mattress Topper is available in every bed size. These unbelievably comfortable toppers can help you and your kids get a great night's sleep. For a limited time, they start as low as $69.99. Why don't you check out what he has to offer? All you got to do is visit mypillow.com, select what you want, and then when you go to pay, use that promo code RSBN and watch how much you will save. mypillow.com, promo code RSBN to cash in on these amazing deals. And as we continue to watch this crowd, they're kind of waiting. We've got some interesting music. It's good music. It's peaceful music. I think after what we just went through, that was pretty passionate, hearing those moms speak. It's nice to have a little peaceful music.
And President Trump's very hands-on with the music, so I do wonder how much he had a role in this. You know, he's known as the DJ down at Mar-a-Lago, so which is, you know, adds to the wholesome appeal of President Trump. He's very in touch. He doesn't have a handler, you know, telling him what music to play. He seems to pick the music here, and the MAGA faithful sort of know that about him, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I was watching a Bet David podcast, and he's talking about how if you go to Mar-a-Lago, you could be in any room, and all of a sudden you just hear this music going. To me, that just goes to show how cool President Trump is.
I agree.
You know, RSBN is so grateful that you're with us, that you have gone on this journey with RSBN since 2015, when CEO Joe Seals and his beautiful family took a major risk in starting RSBN, but look at what it's become today. Again, he's a good man of God as well, and God blesses those who are faithful to him. And I've seen that here with RSBN, with the Seals family. RSBN is such a family-oriented company. I want to shout out everybody behind the scenes as well. There's a lot of people working hard to bring you these broadcasts that you don't get to see in front of the camera. Our COO, Grace Saldana, works so hard to get us to where we need to be, the content that needs to be covered. So there's a lot of people working together to bring you these broadcasts. Everybody back at the studio, our cameramen, we want to shout you guys out. And here at RSBN, we're committed to bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of President Donald J. Trump's campaign and so much more. We want you to stay tuned for the next 38 days and hopefully beyond that, well beyond that, because you won't want to miss a minute as we move into the home stretch of this election cycle and hopefully a big President Trump 47 win. Whether you're watching on Rumble, YouTube, or X, we invite you to subscribe to all of our channels and hit that notification bell while you're there. It's easy to follow us. You'll get notified every time we go live on any social media platform. Your support is greatly appreciated, and we love everybody in the chat room. We love those of you who leave comments and like. You can also get exclusive updates emailed straight to your inbox. Sign up for our newsletter at rsbnnetwork.com/newsletter. And if you love our content and you want to support our mission, you might actually consider donating directly at rsbnetwork.com. Let me make it easy for you. rsbnetwork.com/donate. And every single contribution, big or small, goes so far. It helps us bring you this amazing coverage of President Trump that you are not going to find anywhere else. It's unedited. It's live. Anything can happen when it's live, which is part of the fun here. I think Matt Cain likes that. Huh?
That's part of the appeal for sure. And I will say, talking to people amongst the crowd, myself, I've watched RSBN for a long time. RSBN truly is the home of MAGA. I mean, if you want to see what President Trump is doing, RSBN is definitely the place to go. Unfiltered, no interruptions, no cutaways, all President Trump all the time.
And it is our objective to make you feel like you're part of what's happening. Have you felt that way in watching the broadcast?
You feel like you're there. Absolutely. You could tell what the room is like. You guys we really capture the whole movement. It's great.
Yeah, and it's so great to have you on the team as well. You can also text RSBN at 801-801. Just send a text to 801-801 to stay connected with all the latest from RSBN. Thank you for supporting RSBN, for supporting President Donald Trump, for supporting this great nation that we are all in it together. We're all in this boat together. We want to see him win because we want this country to turn around. We know that there's more on the line than just what's featured on that ticket when you go in to vote. It's a battle for the heart and soul of this country.
And it's common sense, really. When President Trump always criticizes Biden for when they use the term MAGA, we have to stop MAGA to make America great again. Who could disagree with that, right? So that's why it's so appealing, and that's why it's expanding to so many people.
You know, as a writer, as a young person, what was it that motivated you to get into politics to begin with? I know you have a background in football, coaching and playing.
Yeah, I mean, I just think everything is so important right now. I think everyone in the country sort of feels the weight. Politics previously, and I credit President Trump for the shift, but previously it was sort of like, you know, an older person thing. Maybe I'll care about it when I'm a little bit older. It's not really relevant to me. It was boring. It was stale. Obviously, President Trump is none of those things. He was sort of a wrecking ball to the system. So from there, I always followed him pretty closely. I loved him during his apprentice days. And then around 2020, you just really felt the weight of everything and the country shifting, going down the wrong path. And it makes you just want to be involved. I mean, that's all it is. You want to see your country thrive. You want to see America made great again. And I think he's had that impact. I think I'm far from the only person, the last person he's had that impact on. When you have a strong leader like President Trump, you just want to be involved in that movement any way you can. And I'm very confident he's had that impact on millions of people across the country.
He has. You know, Kamala thinks that she's got young people right in her back pocket.
Right.
You know, she's going on TikTok. She's using influencers in order to, you know, get people to go out there and vote for her. Which
President Trump is his own influencer, by the way. I mean, you might have some that help him, but he could fill a room, as we know.
He absolutely can. He does it every single time, and there is a huge crowd waiting outside. This is a rural area. For the last 9 years of my career, I worked specifically with rural America, and I love rural America. I love the farmers. I love those in small town America who pride faith, family, and country above all, and they work hard. I love everybody out there who's watching right now from a rural area. We tip our hats to you. Thank you for keeping the companies in this country, but this country running. Thank you for the hard work that you do. So many times rural Americans feel like their voices aren't being heard in Washington. And it's true. You know, sometimes there are quite a few representatives and senators who are former farmers or who come from small communities, but it's rare. And so to have President Trump actually showing up to a community out here, Prairie du Chien, with the population size of 5,500, it speaks volumes to who he is, because he could be concentrating on the population hubs,
right.
You know, but instead he's coming out here. And what's even better is that his fans are following him.
Yes. Well, I think it's amazing that we have every single election cycle, all politicians, even Kamala right now, they try to convince everyone that they're from the middle class. They try to convince you that they're all these things that they aren't. President Trump doesn't do that. That's why even in areas like this where President Trump comes from a multi-million person city, obviously has a lot of wealth, and he connects most in these areas because they know through his actions that he has their back. So it's not about what you came from, even though so many politicians waste all that time trying to convince you that they're one of them. President Trump shows it with his actions, and that's why rural America in particular resonates with him, because when he was in office, they felt that he had their back.
You know, when he was inaugurated, the company that I was working for had a tractor parade for him at the inauguration. I'll never forget seeing Barron seeing those tractors, and they got a shot of him, his face lit up, and he's a grown man now. And what a smart young man.
Very 6'8" grown man. It's very
well spoken.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a tall guy. Beautiful family. They all stick together as well. That's what I love about President Donald Trump. And so it has to be really hard, not just on him, but on them, when he sees the way that he's portrayed in the media, how hard they are on him. We have to look beyond certain things. I don't appreciate the way that he's portrayed, first and foremost, but secondly, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody messes up once in a while. Nobody's perfect. There was one perfect person. That's Jesus Christ. There's never going to be another perfect person. We have to look beyond. And Bill Clinton, you know, let us not forget what happened in the Oval Office. I always bring that up because we have to remember that that happened on the Democrat side. That was a huge scandal. Yep. And he was never treated the way that President Trump has been treated.
No, he was treated with kid gloves, and especially now. I find it ironic that the DNC this year was all about women's rights. We have to stop Trump. And now for our next guest, President Bill Clinton. I mean, I don't know if anyone in the room sort of found the irony there, but it's right in your face, right? I mean, Bill Clinton was treated as it's nobody's business, and now things that were nobody's business before President Trump was president are suddenly mainstream news all the time, and everyone should vote based on a past. It's really ridiculous. It just underscores the double standard that everyone at this point is pretty aware of, I think, in my opinion.
Well, I hope so. You know, I still don't understand it. Even when we post things online, if I share a post from anything that I do, because it's very conservative in nature most of the time, you get so much pushback.
Right.
It's unbelievable how mean these people are. They're a bunch of bullies. I would never go and see something a Democrat posted and be like, you know what I mean? I'm never going to take it to that level. They're so mean. They're just unkind. And this is supposed to be the socially responsible party. And everybody who's listening right now, you know what I'm talking about, even if you try to have a conversation, because talking about politics, if you love this country, it's something that you want to talk about. And so it's hard when you go out there and you're trying to talk to people about what you love the most, politics, and for me, President Trump, and you get so much pushback.
Well, I think that's another paradox, right, where the left always claims that they're so inclusive of everybody, they're so loving, President Trump is this mean bully. They incite far more harsh rhetoric. I mean, President Trump pointed out that could be one of the reasons why he took a bullet to the head, right? Their rhetoric. It seems like all he does is counterpunch. And isn't that what you want, a leader, right? Don't you want a president or a leader in any position who, once you're criticized, once you're attacked, is going to fight back? It seems to me like the only thing they'll accept, and even then they would have a problem with this if he acquiesced, but they want President Trump to take every beating, everything they throw at him, and not say a word. They try to convince you that that's what everybody wants. But again, it all comes back to, I think at this period in time, everybody's sort of aware of those tricks. And that's, again, one of the many reasons why people love President Trump. No one has a problem with the counterpuncher, right? So, I mean, if you're standing up for yourself, that's what people want from their leader.
You know, everybody loves an underdog as well. And I think that it has been David and Goliath, because everybody, the media, social media networks, the whole Democrat Party have teamed up and coordinated these attacks on him. But he stands strong. And yeah, you're right. Although it's hard to tell based on the polling data that we're given, I think that you're right. I think a lot of people are starting to recognize it. And if you're somebody who loves President Trump, you want to get your hands on this fantastic offer. It's a Trump blanket. You were talking about how your grandma has the Trumpy bears. You might consider getting her a Trump blanket for Christmas.
The bears might need a blanket. You know, it does get cold in the winter. So, you know, if she's listening, I'll get in her ear when we get off here.
Those Trumpy bears did really well. You know, our sponsors at Patriot Addict, they have a lot of really great products that are collectible. These are products that you're going to look back on one day and think, you know what? I supported President Trump all the way through, and that's why I love that. That's my favorite blanket. Patriot Addict just released their plush Trump presidential blankets. You can get yours today while supplies last. For a limited time, they're giving our RSBN viewers 20% off with the code RSBN20. These make amazing gifts for any Trump supporter. Start your holiday shopping early. It's never too early to start. I mean, we are getting into October here in just a couple days.
Christmas things in stores in July now, so we're actually getting a little late based on the current trend. So.
And yeah, you never know what's going to happen as well. Our prices are so high right now. Take that 20% off advantage while it lasts. Get your presidential blankets before they run out. PatriotAddictDeals.com to order yours. Again, that's PatriotAddictDeals.com. And don't forget to use that code to save 20%, which is a significant savings. You can save that today. Code RSBN from PatriotAddictDeals.com. As we continue to watch the crowd, they're not getting restless. You see in the background there, we've got, is it Brick Jacket?
It is Brick Suit. Brick Suit, very important.
Brick Suit, you know, he had a shout out from President Trump just yesterday when we were in Michigan. So this is a man who has gone to so many Trump events, and that's what's so cool about this movement as well. It's just like the Grateful Dead or one of these bands where people want to follow him from place to place. Brick Suit is a product of the MAGA movement.
He is, and that's President Trump is like Elvis. He's like Babe Ruth. He's one of these larger-than-life figures. After all he's sacrificed, he's earned that status, I think. I mean, this is organic. Kamala Harris can't fill up, a room half this big, while he has 5 times the amount inside, outside, everywhere he goes. It really just speaks to the movement and his appeal. And Brick Suit will go down in MAGA lore someday. We'll come across some book where there's a picture of Brick Suit in there, so it'll be funny.
There has to be. I mean, you should be compiling a book. You know what? Because one of these days, we're going to look back and we're going to miss this movement. No matter what, it's like you said before, there'll never be another man, another president.
As hard as it is, I mean, at some point you will look back and hopefully look back while things are so much better because of the job he's done. Yeah. But I think everyone will look back and feel very nostalgic about this time at some point because there will never be another President Trump.
I hope that he is known to raise up some strong voices, and he's a bit of a kingmaker in the Republican Party. I'm hoping that some Republicans like J.D. Vance can step into his footsteps because we need strong leaders. We need strong leaders who aren't career politicians, and right. Neither one of them are.
It's so important because right now we're focused on this election for the next 4 years, which is crucial. That's of the utmost importance. But he has an eye on the future as well. He always says MAGA is bigger than him. It's him, but he's humble, more humble than people give him credit for. But MAGA does need to transcend the next 4 years because it's about saving the country long term as well. If we leave the era of President Trump and go back to the Republican politicians and leadership that got us into so many of the problems we have now, it almost undercuts the importance importance of the movement right now. So it's so important long term that we get some President Trump king-making down the road to help set our country on its way long after he's gone.
I sure hope so. And it just goes to show as well that he does care about democracy because he's looking toward the future of the Republican Party. Let's talk about taxes for a minute. Tax season's going to be here before you know it, and that means for those of us who owe taxes, that bill is going to get bigger and bigger if you are making monthly payments. But you know what? You don't want to let it get out of control. Tax Network USA can help you. The Democratic Party, they love taxes so much that they want to raise them for everybody. Oh, yeah, and then the IRS just recently, the union endorsed Kamala Harris, so it's a match made in heaven between the two of them. They're tremendously burdensome. It's really difficult to deal with taxes when you have to make that payment every month and then you know you've got another potentially large sum of money that you have to hand over to the federal government once we move into the next few months, especially gearing up toward April. Now, if you sign up for a new payment plan each year and you owe a lot of money and you're having a problem with it, you got back taxes, Tax Network USA, they want to help you. It's a bad idea to let your taxes go and just grow. The IRS will take matters into their own hands. They can garnish your wages. Nobody wants that. They can even pull money right out of your bank account, and that could devastate a family. Find out what you can do today to take control of your back taxes at tnusa.com/RSBN. They have an expert staff. They've been doing this for a long time. These seasoned tax attorneys know exactly how to help you. They have a proven record of settling back tax issues for people all over the country in every single state. Their negotiators can substantially reduce your debt, get you the lowest possible installment plan, and they work hard to minimize or even eliminate your penalties. That's money that you will not have to pay the IRS. If you don't want to give the government a cent more of your hard-earned money than you have to, reach out to the experts at Tax Network USA. In 14 years, that's how long they've been operating, they've been able to save their clients $1 billion. So these professionals know exactly what they're doing. They can also protect your assets from being seized. Your yearly returns as well will be watched for ongoing compliance to make sure that you're not in any trouble, not now or later, with the IRS. Call Tax Network USA at 1-800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. No matter the size of your tax issues, their expertise is your advantage. Now, I don't know if you're somebody who watches the price of precious metals, but gold has been at an all-time high. And gold has historically been a great way to store value. A lot more people are buying gold this day and age. That's why you're hearing a lot of gold commercials. We've got a great group that's helping us. Have you heard about this group at RSBN?
I believe I have. Could you repeat it in case some of us have forgotten it?
I think you know who I'm talking about. Because these people at Birch Gold Group,
that's it.
The wonderful people who have been helping RSBN spread this great message of President Trump to the country, they're one of our biggest sponsors, and you know they're helping their clients as well. So it's a sponsorship that we are proud to bring to you. I know a lot of people who have been investing in gold. My mom just invested in some gold, and she's feeling pretty good about it right now because we don't know what's going to happen. The stock market, it's so volatile. If you're watching the Dow Jones Industrial Average, it swings up and it swings down radically. But something that we all need to consider is that there's nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure pandemic funds that are still yet to be spent. As that clock ticks down to November 5th, the Biden-Harris administration will likely push hard to spend a massive amount of money in their final few months. And this, of course, is a desperate last-ditch effort to get the vote. If Biden-Harris are able to push out these funds, it could lead to another surge in inflation. You don't want to be at risk. Don't leave yourself exposed. Our friends at Birch Gold want to assure you there is hope. A surge in prices can be beat. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings. Find out how to protect your 401k or even your IRA. And get a free gold kit by texting the word Trump to 989898. And when you make a purchase for a limited time, Birch Gold is giving away free Trump silver coins. These unique collectibles depict President Trump defiantly raising his fist after the attempt on his life, something that we're not going to forget anytime soon. He's going back to Butler, by the way, Butler, Pennsylvania, on October 5th. Don't miss your chance to own this one-of-a-kind piece of history preserved in a collectible silver coin. Protect your savings from Biden's spending spree and get your free Trump silver coin by texting Trump to 989898 today. That's Trump to the number 989898. And, you know, we've hit that mark of 2:23 Central Time.
Getting close. People are excited. They wait patiently, but you can tell they're chomping at the bit to see their favorite president.
How excited are you to see President Trump? This is going to be the closest you've ever been to him. Or actually, no, you said that you were able to shake his hand, right?
I did shake his hand, which was great. It doesn't matter how close you get. When you're in the room, it's just, as I mentioned earlier, it's just great to be around that movement. You know, when you're around these people, there's so much bad going on right now. But as I said, you walk away from these things feeling hopeful. Even when he talks about so many difficult issues that are plaguing the country, you just want to be in this environment. And I encourage anyone out there who can get in close proximity to a rally, even if you're outside like so many of these people here, give it a shot. I mean, if you could get here, get here. It's historic, and you leave feeling very uplifted about the future of your country.
Be super excited to have said, you know, I was right there in that room with Donald J. Trump. And there's
It is historic.
And there's a good chance that if you do attend a rally, you're going to see one of our RSBN correspondents or cameramen on the ground. A good chance for you to be on your favorite network. So that's another bonus. But this group, this is a rural group. We heard from one of the speakers early on. He was a dairy farmer. There's a lot of agriculture in this area. Corn and soybeans are grown. When the corn pops up in rows all across the Midwest, agriculture is big, and President Trump has looked out for our farmers. He cares about America's farmers and ranchers as well. What's interesting is there's a lot of ranchers on the border. There's a lot of cattle production that happens right on the U.S. border. And our ranchers who own those big parcels of land are having to deal with illegal immigrants crossing the border and then going right on their property. In fact, I heard from one rancher in Arizona that there was actually a battle for the pathway through his land between the Sinaloa cartel and another cartel in the area. That's how dangerous it is. And our ranchers, they just want to work. They don't want to have this threat posed to them. There's surveillance video of people coming in one right after the other in lines, bringing in backpacks full of fentanyl. And this is a coordinated effort. It's not just what's happening in Mexico with the cartels. They're working with China. China is well aware of what's happening in that fentanyl production. And it just comes right across our open border, poisons our American youth. It's being laced into other drugs, highly addictive as well. And it's a scary situation. Now, what you'll notice on the stage there, those are the various illegal immigrants who have committed heinous crimes, all of which whose parents, the parents of the people, the victims, have never heard a word from Kamala Harris. But you know who is celebrating the lives and acknowledging the fact that this is wrong today? Our president, our hero, Donald J. Trump. And he's going to have a lot to say about immigration when he takes that stage here. Hopefully in a few moments. We are hearing that he's on time, so that's just going to be a few moments away from now. But you look at those faces, these are people who don't love our country. These are people who Kamala Harris invited in. She rolled out the red carpet for them. She's done nothing to close the border. President Biden, even when he issued his executive order at the 11th hour, didn't do anything to help us. It's too late for that. We're talking about 15 to 20 illegal immigrants already in this country. And that's a scary thought. I have a 4-year-old boy, I've got a little one, and I mean, he's everything to me. If anything ever happened to him, it would break my heart. So my heart goes out to the family members who have been directly impacted, but we're all being impacted. Wages are going to go down. This is something we all have to consider.
It impacts everybody, and even electorally speaking, if one, elections come down to one electoral vote sometimes, right? So if any of the voting process is diluted by an illegal immigrant voting, their Democrats are obviously trying to block the SAVE, the SAVE Act actually didn't pass. So it really does, it could impact every single person in this country. The balance of power is very fragile, and if one state goes one way and swings the election one way or the other, that could end up being the difference this election.
You know, it's interesting as well. The SAVE Act didn't pass. There was a similar bill that went up in the Senate for a vote, and every single Democrat voted against it to allow illegal immigrants. The bill said illegal immigrants cannot vote in our elections, and every single Senate Democrat voted against it. So it's not just what's happening in the House when they're saying, oh, well, it's illegal for illegal immigrants to vote, so we're not going to put that language, we're not going to attach it to this legislation. That is wrong. I mean, that's basically them admitting that they're okay with it.
Right, and if they wanted to, look, if they're saying that's already illegal, then sign it and make everyone believe you're for border election integrity, right? The fact that they don't, they're basically telling you without telling you where their allegiances lie in terms of election integrity, and it's obvious why. I mean, if you look at their policies and the things they're running on, some people will never sway away from the party, that's fine, but ultimately people do really consider who they're going to vote for based on policy, and obviously they can't win on policy. I mean, this is a very unpopular administration, a very unpopular agenda, so in my opinion, it makes perfect sense why they would block such common sense measures.
You're very gratuitous. You have a lot of faith in the American people, and I like that. You know, we need that kind of hope right now because there's so many of us who are like, what in the world is happening? How could anybody vote for this woman?
Well, what I will say is this country is so big, right? You have 330 million people in it, 240 million voting age people. So no matter what, if you have a million people saying anything, it's loud, it's a lot of people, but it doesn't necessarily make up a big percentage. So the way I view it, and who knows, maybe we'll wake up on November 6th and I'll be very wrong, but I just think it's a very loud minority as opposed to representative of 50% of the country supporting it. Yeah, she'll get votes. She'll get a couple million votes, tens of millions of votes potentially. But I guess I do have a lot of faith in where our country is right now in terms of the vast majority of the population, for sure.
You know, you are a younger American, and I appreciate hearing that because it goes to show you're not watching the mainstream media, because the picture that's being painted of President Donald Trump from the mainstream media, from some of our major, I mean, I used to read the New York Times every single day. I still get the headlines of the New York Times into my inbox every single day. And boy, it is so wrong. It is so unfair. But I think there are a lot of younger people like you who aren't addicted to that news, to getting that NBC, the Fox, the ABC, the CBS that someone like me grew up with. So that's inspiring in it and of itself when it comes to younger voters. But now they're getting inundated on TikTok.
Well, it's different. I mean, at least you have a little bit more option when it comes to social media, right? You could filter out those algorithms that, you know, it sort of, that could be a dangerous thing the other way too if you're only getting, you know, confirmation bias. But the point being, you don't only have to rely on one spot, which is a very good thing. And I think for young people in particular, they probably would prefer not to be that into politics. President Trump has brought them in, but the flip side of that is so many young people want to start their lives. They just want a chance, right? The American dream. And when that's becoming unattainable, it sort of forces them to pay attention, and they don't really care what CNN, MSNBC, Fox, ABC says. If they know when it's time for them to buy a home or try to buy anything, it's basically unattainable for them. So again, I do have a lot of faith in people seeing that right now. And again, we'll see as time goes on whether I was right about that.
Yeah, it's an interesting, there's a lot of generational changes that have occurred that we have to keep in mind. I think about how the media has impacted a lot of people, but maybe it's not impacting the younger generation as much as we think it is, because they're losing their grip. They're definitely not as popular as they once were. Even Fox News is losing viewership. People are turning to podcasts for their number one source of information now. They're turning to platforms like X to get their news. So I do have a lot of faith in you saying that, especially when it comes to the younger vote. But then again, people are young and impressionable, and Kamala's telling women in particular that, you know, they're coming for your rights, your women's rights. You know what I say to that is our rights, women's rights, are reinforced by our vast contributions to the American economy. 47% of women are in the American workforce. If we're ever going to get out of this debt, $36 trillion debt, we need women. No one's going to take our rights away. And I think that message just isn't getting out there.
Well, I think that's such a lazy talking point now. At one point, it was very persuasive, obviously. Women's rights, women's rights was drilled into everybody's head. But President Trump has been a great leader on the abortion issue for the Republican Party. Typically, they were able to use that and exploit a certain amount of votes. And he basically neutralized that. And that's also why, in my opinion, the IVF argument's been thrust upon us, too, because I think they sort of picked up on the fact that people weren't really taking the bait on the women's rights issue anymore, abortion issue, I should say. He got rid of Roe v. Wade. It's up to the states. He's come out and said many times he won't be instituting a national ban. So they did have to get creative. And IVF too. He also gave the answer that basically said, I'm not against IVF. So I guess they're always going to keep trying to keep that constituency voting left. But again, President Trump's very masterful in getting around that rhetoric and the narratives and neutralizing the argument.
Yeah, he actually took it a step further with IVF and said that he would help private companies offer the funding because it is so expensive, and every American family deserves the right to grow their family, to have children. I once heard a doctor say there's no price you can put on having a child. So it looks like they're getting the podium ready, and that tells me that President Trump is close. He might actually be in the building now. You see on the screen there, it says, "End the invasion of small town America." Something that's interesting about small towns like this is that in rural America, the Second Amendment comes in critically because police officers can't get to your house. Sometimes it takes 30 minutes down an old country road. If you get broken into, if there's an intruder, you have to have that gun to protect you and your family, or wild animals for that matter. Rural Americans know the importance of the Second Amendment. It's very different living than it is in city life, and President Trump recognizes that. And especially when you're looking at all those faces of criminals up there on the screen, it reminds you that, yeah, the Second Amendment is important, because if you have one of these guys showing up on your property, you need to be able to defend yourself. Kamala has flip-flopped on whether or not she's for the Second Amendment. The latest is that she is, and that she herself actually has a gun, and that if someone broke into her house, she would use it. But I think a lot of us are very questionable about whether that's true.
And let me just add to that. Don't let anyone convince you that the Founding Fathers put the Second Amendment in place because of hunting. Hunting's great. It's your right, but it's for, obviously, think of where the founders were coming from, right? They just left a tyrannical regime. You need to protect yourself. It's the bottom line. And that's another, again, I feel like a broken record saying that their rhetoric is falling flat, but I think we're really at the point where it is. People aren't buying the leftist spin anymore on a lot of these issues.
Man, you're way more optimistic than me. I need to hang out with you a little bit more often, Matt Kane, new correspondent here at RSBN. And this is where we are committed to bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of President Donald Trump's campaign. Stay tuned. We have just 38 days left, and we are going to go wall to wall with our coverage, bringing you more than ever before. He doesn't stop, our president, so why would we? RSBN is dedicated to bringing you live, unedited coverage of all of his events, large and small. Stay tuned. Find out every time he makes an appearance, he has something new to say. And if you like this broadcast, if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now, maybe you enjoyed those speeches we just watched, you feel passionate about the issues at hand, go ahead and share this broadcast, whether you're watching on Rumble, YouTube, or X. We invite you to subscribe to all of our channels and hit that notification bell so that you always know when we're live. President Trump, he adds new items to his agenda all the time. It's easy to keep up with what he's doing if you keep up with what we're doing. Follow us on any social media platform. Just search RSB Network. You can also get exclusive updates emailed right to your inbox. Sign up for our newsletter as well at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And if you love our content, if you want to continue to support our mission, please continue to comment, subscribe, share. And you can also donate at rsbnetwork.com/donate. Every contribution helps. We are truly blessed by you, and thank you so much for your support. You can also text RSBN to 801-801 to stay connected to all the latest from RSBN. I just heard from our COO, Grace. They are gearing up for some major election coverage on election night. And so that's something to look forward to as well. Make us your election night headquarters on RSBN. And thank you again for supporting RSBN. We're proud to be your go-to source for election coverage. And that is going to be an interesting night. I mean, I'm planning on staying up.
That's going to be some night. How could you not? How could you go to sleep, right? I mean, I think last time I was up, and I don't know if I did sleep. You know, it's so nerve-wracking, but it's also a very patriotic day. You know, that's a day that, in theory, should be celebrated by all parties and people who are excited about the future of the country. So it'll be a good day, but definitely some nerves for everybody, I'm sure.
Yeah, 2016 was kind of a shocker the first time he won. It was amazing because it was so tight. And again, the polls very much so resemble what they looked like at this stage of the game in 2016. So polling data, we were talking about Virginia. What inspires you about the state of Virginia?
Well, I'm seeing, at least from some of the early reports of early voting, typically early voting is a Democrat habit, and right now it appears that Republicans are doing very well. They're getting out to vote. That means President Trump's message is resonating with too big to rig, vote anyway, in person, early, day of, it doesn't matter. And even in a state like Virginia that people believe is so blue, and it is in close proximity to Washington, D.C., but I mean, 20 years ago it was a pretty solidly red state. It went red many times in that era. And President Trump has as good a chance of anybody to flip it red this time around.
I think he certainly does. As long as everything's fair, it looks like they're getting ready to start. Thank you for joining us. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen from the great state of Wisconsin and from our hometown here in Prairie du Chien, I want to thank you so much for coming here. I want to thank you so much for caring. I want to thank you so much for hearing these stories about the tragedy of the crimes being committed against American citizens by criminal illegal aliens. And I'm so glad you came here to see the one man that is going to stop this scourge, this rash of crimes being committed against our citizens. You're going to see the one man who has enough strength and courage of conviction to stand up to everyone, up to and including being shot in the head for us. You're going to hear from a man that cares enough about his country and his family to stand up and risk his life for us on a daily basis. You're going to hear from the greatest president of the United States that has certainly ever been around since my lifetime. And I personally think with the challenges he faces, he is the greatest president that has ever lived. He's the greatest president that has ever served the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, the one man that's going to save this country, President Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is great. I want to just thank Derek, who is an incredible congressman, so respected in Washington. He's really respected, and I don't know if there's somebody running against him or not. I guess there probably is. Will you make sure he wins, please, okay? Totally respected by everybody. And I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. I love this state. I just gave you the biggest, I gave you, before I left, I gave you the biggest shipbuilding contract in the nation. And a lot of other states are angry at me. You know that, Derek. You know where it is, right?
Yes, we do, sir.
That's a big one. And they're doing a beautiful job, too. But I gave you the biggest, and a lot of states aren't so happy with that. They still remember that. But I just want to really, I appreciate it. These are hardworking, beautiful Americans, and it's something special. But outside, we have thousands and thousands of people. Would anybody love to give up their seat? So we were going to have a thing outside someplace in an area where we could have held the people. And I would say, what do you think, 40, 50,000 people at least out there. This one almost all the way to the airport. And looked like when Lindbergh landed in New York. Do you remember that? He had all the way, the Broadway, the way they used to do it. And this looked like it. But thousands and thousands of people. And they all could have had a lot of fun. Instead, now they're probably leaving and walking back home because we have a nice little room that probably holds 1,500, 2,000, maybe less. And outside you have 40, 50,000 people because the administration couldn't give us the Secret Service necessary because they're guarding the Iranian president who's looking to kill Trump. Can you believe it? Now, we could add 30,000, 40. I mean, you see it. It's unusual that you see something like that. Yeah, we'll call in the National Guard. That's a very good. He's a smart guy. Stand up. I want to see what that guy. Very smart. That's a very good idea. They could have done that, come to think. But, I think it's a disgrace. I think it's a disgrace. But nonetheless, 38 days from now, we are going to win Wisconsin. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we are going to make America great again. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. That's great. Great job. They're making your jobs much tougher, right? Your jobs, oh, that's nice people looking. Oh, look at the people behind. Are they relatives of yours, Chief? I don't think so. Oh, that's nice. Wonderful. Well, you got a lot of killers in our country. You saw that yesterday. Last night, after 4 straight years of obliterating our border, I watched this show that she put on. 4 years of the most incompetent border anywhere in the world in history. Kamala Harris traveled to the scene. In fact, she stood near where I put up border wall. That was her backdrop. And in one of the most heinous crimes ever committed by any administration in American history, that's what she did by allowing these millions of people, millions and millions of people, to come through our border and make our civilization very unsafe. It's a civilization, very, very unsafe. It's a heritage. Border Czar Harris went to the border to lie in the most shameless and horrible way possible at the very site where she released so much suffering, misery, and death. There's no greater act of disloyalty than to extinguish the sovereignty of your own nation right through your border. No matter what lies she tells, Kamala Harris can never be forgiven for her erasing our border, and she must never be allowed to become president of the United States. She must never be allowed. And Wisconsin, you can't do it. Can't do it. What she's done is a total disqualifier. What she's done, and so much death has already taken place. And we have some people up here, and a friend of mine in particular who suffered greatly because of it. And this has already taken place by the hundreds, but it's going to take place by the tens of thousands, according to explosive data that was just released yesterday by ICE. And they've never released this before. They never talk about deaths and how many. They talk about certain things, but they've never released this kind of information. But it was so bad, never done, but under Kamala Harris, more than 13,099 convicted murderers. So these are people that have gone through the system. They're convicted. They're in jails for life. Some are getting the death sentence. But instead of that, they've crossed our border. They've been taken out by their countries and set free into the United States of America. So they're free to kill again. Oh, they'll kill. These are killers. These are killers that at a level that nobody's ever seen. Not even your great law enforcement has ever seen people like this. They got a dose of it, though, recently. They got a dose of it. Their jobs have become a lot tougher. And you remember when they say, no, these are migrants, and these migrants, they don't commit crimes like us. No, they make our criminals look like babies. These are stone-cold killers. They'll walk into your kitchen, they'll cut your throat. Kamala also let in 25,272 illegals convicted for rape, sex offenses, or sexual assault. 62,231 criminal aliens convicted of violent assault. Everything but death happened to the people they assaulted. In total, she let in 425,431 people convicted of, and these are convicted of the worst crimes. They're criminal aliens, along with an additional 222,000 illegals with pending criminal charges. Many of those charges also are murder, which will add on to your 13,000 murderers that were let into the country. That's over 647,572 migrant criminals who Kamala set loose to rape, pillage, thieve, plunder, and kill the people of the United States of America. And they're not going to change. They're only going to get worse. They're only going to get worse. And our law enforcement system, we have the greatest in the world, but our people are told not to do their jobs. We don't want you to do anything. And they come from tough systems. They're going to love our system. Kamala is mentally impaired. If a Republican did what she did, if a Republican did what she did, that Republican would be impeached and removed from office, and rightfully so, for high crimes and misdemeanors. That would be high crimes and misdemeanors. Think of it. 13,099 murderers convicted of murder, not like convicted of murder. Some of the worst murders you've ever seen. They're all in our country now, every one of them. And I've been saying this for 3 years, and the fake news has been saying, well, you don't know that. Well, now we know it. They've never released a list like this. Not just on this, they've never done it. Over the years, they've never done it. She let in, and that's not even mentioning the rapists, the gang members, the drug dealers, the child predators, and the traffickers in women, mostly women. Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. Okay? She was born that way. And if you think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this. And before I knew the numbers, I was saying it for a long time, they're coming in, they're murderers. I said it so much. They're from jails. I say jails and prisons, there's a difference. One's a little stronger than the other, as you understand. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. How many times have you heard? There's also a difference there. One's a little bit stronger than the others. And they're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're terrorists at the highest level. We have some of the greatest terrorists in the world in our country right now. We have no idea where they are. We have no idea anything about them. They could be in Iowa. They could be in Idaho. They could be here. Because every border is right now running around every state. Every state is a border town. Every state is a border state. They're flying them in by the hundreds of thousands. Can you believe it? Even yesterday when she was talking about how she's going to start getting very tough. Why didn't she do this 4 years ago? And she lies so much. She lies so much. How about she lies? She said Donald Trump ripped the babies out of the crib. I ripped the babies out of a crib. No. And it was actually President Obama that built the cages. Remember when they were saying Donald Trump, and they show a picture of cages, and then I was lucky enough, somebody from Border Patrol said, no, that was in 2014. That was Obama. And then that story went away very rapidly, remember? All of a sudden, the cage story went away when it wasn't me. No, she lies. Well, look, I mean, the simplest lie is that she worked at McDonald's, and she never worked at McDonald's. She worked at McDonald's, and I didn't work there. She didn't work there. But I'm going to go to a McDonald's, I think, over the next 2 weeks. And I'm going to stand over the French fries. She said, I stood over those French fries. She never did. It turned out to be a lie. And when I mention that, they go, oh, he's fallen into a trap. Because but you ever see that? Whenever I criticize, they say, all the stupid people, the anchors back there. No, they say, he fell into a trap, her trap. She can't set a mental trap. There is no. But if she says something wrong, like in the debate, she said something wrong, I question it. She said another thing wrong, I made her look bad. She said another thing. They don't want me to ever question. They said, oh, he fell into a trap. He questioned the fact on Charlottesville, which was totally debunked. On all of these stories that were totally debunked, fake stories, she mentions them. But yesterday, this is one I never heard, that I ripped the baby out of the cribs. No, that might have been Obama and other people, but it wasn't us. We had the safest border in the history of our country, and even a sign that I put down, fortunately. I put that sign down, and I love that sign. I love the graph. You know the graph? The beautiful blue, gold, and red graph. It's my favorite piece of paper, perhaps anywhere in the world. But she's so radical, she even wants to legalize fentanyl right away. Fentanyl will kill you just a little tiny on the top of a pin and you're dead. I have so many friends that have lost their children to fentanyl. No, we're going to do something else. We're going to get China that if they send us any fentanyl, I had this deal done with him, but Biden never got it finished. Do you think he lies awake at night thinking about fentanyl and death? No, I had the deal done, and then we had a bad election. We got more votes than anybody that ever ran for office. Think of it, more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. We lost by just a little bit. Just a little bit. I was told if I got 63 million votes, which is what we got in 2016, we got millions and millions more votes, more than anybody's ever gotten, more votes than any sitting president has ever gotten, and just by a little bit. No, we got to make sure there's no cheating, and we're working hard on that. We got more lawyers, we got more people watching, and I told them, if we win and when we win, we're going to prosecute people that cheat on this election. And if we can, we'll go back to the last one, too, if we're allowed. But we're going to prosecute people, so at least they know that's going to happen. And I said that because we have to have strong borders. You need two things, strong borders and fair elections. And we have neither, but we're going to do numbers too big to rig, right? Too big to rig. And, there comes a point when they can't cheat. And when you see the lines going back, like even today, lines going back for miles to get in. And this, a lovely building, I don't want to insult anybody, it's a lovely building. But if this building were 20 times larger, it wouldn't be big enough. And why should they do that to all the people that journeyed from all over your great state. When I saw these migrant crime numbers yesterday, first time they'd ever been released. They don't release numbers on murders, but they did. Somebody probably liked me. They said, boy, this is unfair. But they released them. I said, you know, this is the real deal. This is something that's very special. There's nothing as serious as this. Nothing can be as serious as this, because this gets down to the very fabric of our society, your way of life. I mean, you're going to be looking around over your shoulder all the time, communities that were safe. This is more important in a way than inflation, which is a disaster in this country. She's destroyed our middle class, our senior citizens. This is more important than anything having to do with the economy. We'll make it better. We'll make the economy. This is something bigger in a sense, because this is the fabric of our country. She's letting in people who are going to walk into your house, break into your door, and they'll do anything they want. They'll do anything they want. These people are animals. She's released people. These people are animals. Now they'll say, oh, that's a terrible thing for him to say. No, no. These people are animals. These are stone cold killers. They're heartless, and they wake up the next morning and they don't even think about what they did the day before. These are real killers. These are real killers. These are the worst. These are people that have been in jail for many years. These are people that killed many people. They took them out of their jails. You know, in Venezuela, their jails are almost empty. All over the world. You know, this isn't just South America. The Congo, their jails are almost empty. The Congo in Africa, they took them out. They bring them into our country. Many, many countries, their jails are almost empty. Some are empty. Some are much less than that. I would do it the same thing. I would have been better than any of them. I would have had everybody out of there. Some of them still have people. They probably couldn't get buses to get them in, right? You know, you need a lot of buses, but they're bringing them into our country at levels never seen before. And your law enforcement over here had, you know, you just had a problem here in this beautiful place we'll talk about. But what they're doing to us, and I saw that. It's also the fact that they're taking all of our black population's jobs and our Hispanic population's jobs. You haven't seen the real job numbers yet. And I said this also 2 years ago. I said, these people that are coming across the border illegally by the millions are taking the jobs of the black population of America and the Hispanic population of America. Have you seen their job numbers recently? They won't release them, I guarantee, until after the election. But you take a look at the black population job numbers, you take a look at the Hispanic population job numbers, and the unions are going to be next. The unions are going to get hit hard by this. They come in illegally, they take everybody's jobs, and you don't know who you're hiring. Our country is being destroyed. This is the worst president and the worst vice president in history. And you got to get out and vote. Isn't this a wonderful and inspiring speech? I got people sitting in the front row, they're going, oh my God. They thought they'd be out there jumping up and down, make America great again. We're going to do that, don't worry. We haven't gotten to that part yet. Now, I'm just saying, this is a dark speech, but we only heard the numbers yesterday for the first time. You know, I took a lot of abuse because they're saying, what does he mean? How dare he say that? Everyone thinks, oh, it's such beautiful people. Everyone's so wonderful coming in. No, no. Stone cold killers, drug dealers, gang members. Every country in the world is taking their worst people, their criminals that are outside of jail, the gangs that hurt people, the drug dealers, which are causing such problems, that get death penalties in a lot of countries, and they don't have the problem with drugs. But they're taking their worst people, they're bringing them into our country by the tens of thousands. And yesterday, for the first time, I saw the numbers. It was reconfirmed. Some of the honest fake news, look at all the fake news back there. But, oh, some of them turn the cameras off when I'm talking about this. No, they turn the cameras. For whatever reason, they don't want people to hear this, you know. Now, we're going to We're going to make them honest. If we don't have an honest press, that's your third leg, by the way. You need an honest press, and we have a very dishonest press. Mostly, I mean, I know some, there's a little sliver that's good. But it's, you're right, right side's good. He said right side. It's true, right side. Now you have some good people back there. But it's true. You have some very good people, but you have mostly horror shows. But small towns in America are terrified of migrants coming in, and even when they haven't yet arrived, they're terrified. They're terrified. And a lot of these people don't want to talk about it because they think it's so bad for the town, but they're going to have to talk because people are being killed. I spoke to people from Iowa, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. They're beside themselves, and honestly, I tell you, they're not going to take it much longer. And I guess the easiest way and the best way is on November 5th, you got to vote for Trump because we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let it happen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I love that young voice. Stand up, young voice. What a beautiful person you are. Wow. Thank you very much. We love young people. One of those little things, right? They're so great. That's the future. That's who we're really fighting for when you get right down. That's who, right? We're really fighting for that voice right there. We're fighting. Because we want them to grow up in insanity. This is insanity, what's happening in our country. Who would do what they're doing? Who would do this? Who would allow 435,000 criminals, hardened criminals, 13,000, think of it, murderers, people that murdered people viciously. Some people murdered many people, and they're now in our country. They're not going to change. They're going to get worse, actually. So we're here today in Prairie du Chien. Is that a good pronunciation? You could have given me a little easier name than that, but I think we got it right.
Got it. Nailed it.
Prairie du Chien. What a beautiful name. And we have to keep it beautiful. And you have great law enforcement here, but they're going through a lot. And we're in Wisconsin, and every person here knows exactly what I'm saying. Just this month, right here in this beautiful town, police arrested an illegal alien member of a savage Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua. These are really bad ones. This vile monster was charged with holding a mother and daughter captive against their will and sexually assaulting them again and again and again. This animal crossed Kamala's wide open border, along with hundreds of thousands of others that are worse than him, He was arrested and released in the sanctuary city of Minneapolis. And by the way, I'm going to end all sanctuary cities immediately upon taking over. Right? Thank you. All of them are ending. And the people of these states with big sanctuary cities, these people are, they want them out. It's only the politicians that want them. Someday we'll explain why. But he assaulted another woman in the sanctuary jurisdiction of Dane County, and he had outstanding warrants for strangulation, all before coming to this small, beautiful, idyllic Wisconsin town. A few months ago in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. There's a lot of action going on in Wisconsin with these things. Usually I have like Clark County. An illegal alien released by Kamala Harris was arrested for tying up and blindfolding a 12-year-old girl in the back of a van and viciously sexually assaulting her. A few weeks ago, yet another illegal alien, Kamala Ledin, was charged for sexually assaulting a woman in her home in Wausau, Wisconsin. How do you like that? Wausau. Is that right? Wausau. I like Wausau. No, but think of this. Sexually assaulting, and what he did to her was so horrific that he's now facing up to 100 years in prison. 100 years. These are towns that had no, these are towns and little beautiful areas of our planet that had no problems. Oh, you're going to have a lot of problems. I don't care how good your law enforcement is, you're going to have a lot of problems. They're all over the place. And I'm telling you what I said before. These towns, these little towns and cities, and by the way, the big cities too. New York, look what's happened in New York. And they went after the mayor of New York because he was saying, we can't do this, we can't do that. They just indicted him for long before he was mayor. But look at what they do. These are vicious monsters in our government that are also stupid people. They're vicious, but they're stupid, which is a very dangerous combination. Today I stand before you to make this promise. I will liberate Wisconsin from this mass migrant invasion of murderers, rapists, hoodlums, drug dealers, thugs, and vicious gang members. We are going to liberate our country. I will liberate our nation. Our nation will be free again if we win this election, and it's going to have to go fast because we're not going to be able to handle it. Our nation will be free again, and it'll be free, and I'm the only one that's going to be able to do it. Nobody else even talks about it. Nobody else even, do you ever notice the way these people, they don't want to talk about it because they think it's bad publicity for their town? It's not. It's bad publicity when people are killed all over the place. They don't want to talk about it. We will not allow these people to invade us, conquer us, and take all of our dignity and pride and everything we have stood for from the very beginning of our lives. You have dignity and pride in this town and this area and this state. And they want to take that dignity and pride. They want to invade. They want to take over your homes. They want to take over your buildings. Look at what they're doing in Colorado, Aurora, Colorado. Venezuela gangs are taking over real estate. They're real estate developers like I was, but they do it with a gun. I did it with bank financing. They do it with a gun. They will save your communities, and we will work with your law enforcement. They're going to save your communities. You got the greatest people on earth, and you got to respect them. And when you have good ones, you got to hug them and kiss them and tell them we love you because they're great. They do so. I am endorsed by every law enforcement group, I think, or just about. I better say just about because they'll find some one little person someplace. I don't really like Trump. Trump lied. No, these are bad people, but virtually everybody. We just had the endorsement of a group of 400,000, the largest law enforcement group, the Fraternal Order. Just got 400,000 people. It was like, they said unanimous. I don't know if it's unanimous, but all the sheriffs all over Florida, all over the country, every sheriff's group, everybody's endorsed us, or if they're not allowed to in some cases, they still state their preference. Border Patrol endorsed me, and Border Patrol is like, it's hard. How do you endorse somebody and you're with this other group, but they can't do it. They're unbelievable patriots. They love the country. They hate to stand there and watch these people pour right by them. They want to do their jobs. They're great people. How on earth did a small town in the Midwest and America come to be so famous as some of these towns? Look at what's happening with some of these towns. They're being talked about all over the world, but in a very horrible way, occupied by members of savage prison gangs from Venezuela. I mean, think of that. How does it? You're talking about areas of the Midwest where they're becoming famous because they're being occupied. And this is hundreds of little cities and little towns. They're petrified. And their law enforcement is petrified. You have a sheriff and a deputy, or you have a small group, and you'll have a group of Venezuelan killers, street gangs, occupying the town with MK-47s. I know that gun very well. I got to know it very well. I've become an expert on guns quickly. My sons know guns. They couldn't believe what the story they heard, the two stories they heard, actually. But I don't care, because we're doing it for you. We're going to make our I don't care. I just say we've got to do it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love that guy right in the front. He looks better than I do, and I think he's probably a little older, right? Look at him. He looks fantastic. 4 years ago, I handed Kamala Harris the most secure border in U.S. history with the lowest illegal immigration on record. In the words of former ICE Director Tom Homan, you know Tom, President Trump was the greatest president in my lifetime by far. This country was never better off than when he was there. He was unprecedented in his success on the border, and it saved so many lives. He got it done. Likewise, the head of the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cuello, he's a great, incredible guy. He said of Kamala's visit to the border yesterday, I stood with President Trump when he actually went to the border, to areas that are notorious for drug smuggling and human smuggling and are very dangerous. He stood there. He spoke to the agents for a long period of time. He's been speaking to the boots on the ground for 8 years and a lot. He stood there for over an hour in 110-degree temperatures with heat. It was a hot day, I will say, but the heat was crazy. But with families of victims and illegal aliens, and he spoke to reporters. Vice President Harris went down there. She didn't speak to the agents, and as a former president of the National Border Patrol Council, great guy, Brandon Judge said, President Trump's actions secured the border. Kamala Harris's actions completely opened up the border and made it very unsafe. And I just want you to take a look at this little video. We had a video planned, and we're going to use it even though it was supposed to be for 50,000 people. But maybe they have a little television set outside that they're watching it. But you have to take a look at this, please.
I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border.
Who really is Kamala Harris? She's been telling us her entire career.
I support our sanctuary law. The illegal immigrant deported multiple times who stands accused of killing Kate Steinle.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Also have the courage to reject that term illegal alien.
Are you aware that there's a perception? Are you aware that there's a perception?
That puts ICE in the same category as the KKK. Is that what you're asking me?
Abolish ICE. Yeah. Is that a position that you agree with? And we need to probably think about starting from scratch. We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. I am opposed to any policy that would deny any human being public health, period.
Will you be committing to close immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one.
How can she has applied consequences the last 3.5 years? 10 million illegal encounters, 2 million gotaways, 600% increase in sex trafficking, more terrorists coming across the border, a record number of people off the terrorist watch list, and over 250,000 Americans dead to fentanyl that comes across the border. Consequences, there will be consequences for her failure.
We have a secure border. The border is secure.
Sickening new details about the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The 22-year-old was beaten to death with a mystery object.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't.
Kamala Harris. Do you trust her to stop the invasion?
She is a disaster. And she's not going to ever do anything for the border. And she didn't even want to get tough now, except her poll numbers were tanking. And by the way, we're leading in the polls. We're doing great. But you got to get out and vote. You know, this can only happen to me. I had to beat Biden. We were 21 points up after the debate. And then I said, oh, I can't believe it. I think they're going to get him out. And then we had to start all over again with this one. She had a little honeymoon period, but people are now finding out she's not a smart person. And she has no idea what the hell she's doing. And she's going to be dealing with the smartest people. President Xi, how do you think President Xi is looking? He's chopping, he's just grabbing his, oh, he's so happy. He's grabbing his people all over the place and watching the same kind of things you just watched, but even better. And we can't have this. Look, we had 4 years of incompetence. We can't have another 4 years of incompetence because we're not going to have a country anymore. She's incompetent and a bad person, but she's incompetent, grossly incompetent. She's a Marxist. You're right. She's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor. Think of it. Defund the police. She started the movement. This is a woman that we cannot allow to have in this. If she gets in, our country is finished. It's finished. Starting on her first day in office, Kamala Harris terminated every Trump policy I used to deliver the strongest and most secure border in the history of our country. We never had a, Tom Homan said it, the best border. They interview people on the border that live in hell on the border. They say it was never like Trump had it. We had a great thing. And then as soon as she came in, she ended up remain in Mexico. That means you couldn't come into our country. She terminated it. You know what it means. Remain in Mexico. It's what it means. Release and canceled little things like the Safe Third Agreement, canceled Title 42, halted the removal of virtually all criminal aliens, ended all of our programs that we instituted to stop child trafficking, which is at an all-time record now. She said last night that I told you, ripped babies out of the crib. I ripped babies out of the crib. She's sick, and she's a liar. And the reason I keep mentioning McDonald's, because it was so basic. She worked at McDonald's, and it was a lie. She's a liar. But Kamala, of all things, the worst thing is this. She lost 325,000 migrant children, and they're either dead, being sold into sex slavery, or just plain missing from their parents. They were stolen. 325,000. What Kamala Harris, can you imagine if that were a Republican? Can you imagine? What Kamala Harris has done to our border is a betrayal of every citizen. It's a betrayal of her oath, and it's a betrayal of the American nation. Not only must she be defeated, but in light of this news, Kamala Harris should immediately resign the vice presidency and go home to California in disgrace. She should resign. Under both borders are Harris and sleepy Joe Biden. Where is he, by the way? What the hell happened to him? Midwestern states from Pennsylvania to Wisconsin are being overwhelmed through 2 programs she created to deluge towns, just like yours. First, she created a program to fly in migrants from Venezuela, Haiti, and Nicaragua, dumping them into cities and towns all throughout America, right? You know that, right? Remember when she was saying, no, we're thinking, they got a little tougher about 3 months ago on the border, a little bit. But they never stopped the flights because they didn't think. But we caught them about 2 months ago, flying in Hundreds of thousands of people over the border. They didn't think we'd catch them. Can you believe it? In addition, she's allowing virtually unlimited numbers of migrants to enter and be released at the press of a button through her phone app for illegal immigrants. They have a phone app so that people can come into our country. These are smart immigrants, I guess, because most people don't have any idea what the hell a phone app is. But they do. These are very intelligent immigrants. But you know who they're really meant for? The cartel people. The people that run the cartels. They can use them brilliantly. They're making billions of dollars, among the most successful people in the world. This is why I get shot at so much. I mean, if you think about it. Only a consequential president gets shot at. Okay? Remember that. In less than 4 years, she relocated almost 5% of the entire population of Haiti to the United States. And the rest are coming in rapidly as they can, as fast as they can come out. And 6% of the populations of Honduras and Nicaragua. And remember this, those governments, they send the people that want to send. And those are the people we're getting. These countries are so dangerous that the U.S. State Department has travel advisories warning Americans not to go there. Yet Kamala is resettling all of those people here, anybody that wants to come. So we have travel warnings, don't go here, don't go there, don't go to the various countries, and yet she's taken in the worst of those people, the killers, the jailbirds, all of the worst of the people, she's taken them in. And then I have to sit there and listen to her bullshit last night. And who puts it on? Fox News. And they shouldn't be allowed to put it on. It's all lies. It's all lies. Everything she said is a lie. But it all stops the moment I raise my hand and take the oath of office as your 47th President of the United States. It all stops. Thank you very much. Not far from where we are today, in a small, very beautiful town of 15,000, Whitewater. Do you know Whitewater? Right up the road a little bit. Kamala has flooded the town with an estimated 2,000 migrants from Venezuela and Nicaragua. Very tough ones, some very tough people in that group. I know because I get the info. Housing costs have now soared by 25% because the government's buying houses for them. Diseases are spreading like wildfire, all sorts of disease. The police say they cannot handle the surge in crime. The schools can't teach, and they're taking over the schools. And the town itself has plunged heavily into debt. The town's in big trouble. In Springfield, Ohio, 32,000 migrants from Haiti and other countries descended upon this idyllic town of 50,000 people. How would you like to have 50,000 people and now all of a sudden, a short time later, you have 32,000 more? They don't speak the language. They don't have the culture, whole different culture. Everything's different. But yet 50,000 people with no crime, no problems, only happiness, love. Not anymore. The mayor is a very nice man. I don't know him, but he's a very nice man. And he doesn't want to really talk about it, but he's got to talk about it. He wants to be politically correct, so rather than saying what he should be saying, which is, you're all leaving, you're not coming in, we're not going to take you, we're not going to allow this to happen to our town. Instead of that, he was on television the other day. He said, no, we're trying very hard to get along with everyone. We're looking for interpreters because nobody speaks English. And I believe he actually intends on keeping the people in the town The town is ruined. It's destroyed. I mean, I am politically correct, but not when it's this important. Your towns, your cities, your country is being destroyed. This is bigger than inflation, which is killing you, all caused by Biden and Harris with their stupid energy policy and all of their spending on the Green New Scam. Billions and trillions on the Green New Scam, on garbage that doesn't do it, that actually brings our country back. They don't think about nuclear missiles from different countries. And by the way, they can't handle them anyway. You'll end up in World War III. But they think about global warming, which is now called climate change, because global warming doesn't work anymore, because it's actually cooling. It worked for a few seasons, but now it's not working. So climate change, a much better term, because that covers everything. Warming, cooling, rain, sun, it covers everything. Trillions and trillions of dollars they waste. You know, they want to go to 93 trillion. That's more money than every country in the planet has, and destroyed. Germany went that way for 1 year, and now they're building coal plants all over the place. You know why? Because they were getting destroyed. That's why Angela Merkel is no longer there. Already everybody is talking about leaving the different towns that we're talking about. The majority of the school cannot speak English. In Ohio, Springfield, they can't speak English. They're taking over the schools. There's nobody that can speak English. And the mayor's looking for interpreters. Isn't that wonderful? How can this happen? How can we allow it to happen? If Kamala is reelected, your town and every town, just like it all across Wisconsin and all across our country, the heartland, the coast, it doesn't matter, will be transformed into a third world hellhole. That's what's going to happen, 100%. Remember, there's a hat that's made that sells like crazy. Oh, there's a fly. Oh, I wonder where the fly came from. See, 2 years ago, I wouldn't have had a fly up here. You're changing rapidly, but we can't take it any longer. We can't take it any longer. It takes centuries to build up the unique character of the United States of America. Centuries and centuries, goes on forever. Good and bad, it all comes out, and we ended up with a great country. But in 3.5 years, they've really destroyed our country. They've really destroyed it. And we can fix it, but you know what? In 4 years, it's going to be too late. Just like we've seen in London and Paris and Minneapolis and Aurora and Colorado and Springfield, Ohio. But I'll not let it happen here in Wisconsin. I'm not going to let it happen. You're not going to let it happen either. And I will not let it happen to Prairie du Chien. Not going to happen. So I just want to say we're pleased to be joined by so many great people, but one of them, as I said before, is Congressman Derek Van Orden, who lives just a short distance away, where a heinous sex assault that I mentioned before took place. It was terrible. And Derek, I want to thank you very much for being here. You're doing a great job. But they had a hell of a time, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was from an illegal that came in through Kamala. And that won't be the last one. It'll only get worse. It's going to get so bad that it won't be sustainable. We have to get these people out. We got to get them out of here, okay? Got to get them out of here fast. Now, the fake news would say, oh, he's such a mean person. I'm not mean. I'm a good person. I want to take care of. We got to take care of people. We've built this over 250 years. We got to take care of our country. Our country is being destroyed by these people. And you don't even know why. Are they stupid? Are they evil? Do they want us to be destroyed? It's so obvious that it can't work. It can't work. I mean, go and take a look at Springfield. Go and take a look. And the governor's a Republican. He's a nice man. I helped him very much. Without me, he wouldn't have been elected. But he's taken an attitude like, oh, isn't it wonderful? Look, you got to do what you got to do. You got to get these people back where they came from. You have no choice. You're going to lose your culture. You're going to lose your country. You're going to have crime, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. Now, I'm speaking from common sense. You see, the Republican Party has really become the party of common sense. We need common sense now. I mean, we're not going to have men playing in women's sports. Things, we want to have a border. We want to have a border. We want to have good education. We want to have low taxes. We want to have a strong military. I rebuilt our military. Then they give away a big chunk of it to Afghanistan. In the single most embarrassing day in the history of our country, the same idiots are dealing with us now on nuclear weapons in Russia and the problems in the Middle East. We have this whole world is exploding. And you know, one of the toughest, smartest people said very nicely, Viktor Orban, he's the head of a place called Hungary. He said, if you bring Trump back, everything's going to be good. Otherwise, this whole world is going to end up in a big, fat world war. You're going to end up having it. Also with us, Crawford County Sheriff Dale McCulloch. Dale, thank you, wherever Dale is. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, good job. Prairie du Chien Police Chief Kyle Teener. Kyle, thank you very much. Thank you, Kyle. Good job. And Wisconsin GOP Chair Brian Chimming. Thank you very much. Where's Brian? Oh, Brian, stand up, Brian. Are we going to win, Brian? Okay, good. Brian's doing a great job. Doing a great job. Thanks, Brian. Good job. What Kamala did not talk about in her lies last night, just lied. Everything was a lie. And I always say, why didn't she do it? You know, she's been here almost 4 years. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Reading off a teleprompter. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter? I don't know. But I keep asking, I said it in the debate, I said, so why don't you do it? Why don't you just do it? We're going to do this, we're going to... She's been there for almost 4 years. They didn't do anything except destroy our country. So why don't you do it? Then she says about a bill. It was such a bad bill, this bill that she talks about. You know, it's a fake bill. It was put in by the Democrats with a couple of Republicans that got duped and put before, nobody wanted to vote. She said, I'm the one that talked them out. I wish I had that ability, that I was the one that said, don't vote for it. But I do have a certain say, but I would have never voted for that bill. It was so bad. It would have allowed everybody to become a citizen. It would have allowed at least 2 million people to come into our country, and very rough ones. It was a terrible bill, but they use that as an excuse. The fact is, all she has to do is go back to the White House, wake up Sleepy Joe, it'll be 4 o'clock, so he's gone to bed, and say, Joe, get your ass down here. I'm going to ask you to do me a favor because I'm losing in the election. Sign this piece of paper. What is the piece of paper? It says to the Border Patrol, close the border. 3 words. Like I did. And we want people to come in, but we want them to come in legally. Close the border. Joe, please sign it. Please sign it, Joe. I need help, Joe. I need help. They're killing me on the border. I'm losing on the border. You know, I won in 2016 on the border. It was one of the big things. I mean, I won on a lot of reasons, but I won on the border. I won because I stopped people from coming on and killing our country with trade, or the various countries, mostly known as our friends. Our friends can be the worst on trade, okay? They kill us more than our enemies, frankly. They sort of come underneath, and all of a sudden you realize, gee, we got taken over. But I did great on that. But I probably won on the border, and I fixed the border. And then in 2020, I couldn't even talk about it. And yet I got millions and more votes in 2020, but I still couldn't talk about it. And my people were saying to me, sir, they don't want to hear about the border because you fixed it. I said, well, I want to talk about it. They don't want to hear it. It's true. Nobody wanted to hear it. Today's border is 20 times worse than it was in 2016. 2016 was like a great day for this border. 2016, I fixed it. I built hundreds of miles of wall. I had another 200 miles, and that's much more than I promised to do, 200 miles ready to go. And when they took over, because of a rigged election, when they took over, they didn't want anything to do with putting those panels up. You couldn't put them up. They were laying right there, right next to it. I don't know if you heard this story. So, you know, they had sections where they even said we have to build a wall. And the panels that we put up were exactly what Border Patrol and ICE wanted. Everything. They even have the anti-climb panel on top, which I hated to look at. But it made it much harder to climb. So I said, well, do I give up the look for the climb? It's called an anti-climb panel, and it's right. It's very hard to get over the top. These guys can do anything. And what happened is they didn't want to put up those. So they went out and bought a totally different panel instead of just putting up, which is nothing by comparison, not nearly as good, not as good in any way. Rather than using the panel that was sitting 10 feet away, they put different panels up. Looks like hell, too. Now you have a wall that doesn't, you know, they say, where the hell did that come from? But they admit, you know, I always said for years, I said, everything gets obsolete fast. Like you have a computer and you think it's great, and then 2 weeks later it's obsolete. You have a new cell phone. I love it. I love it. A week and a half later, they come out with a better one. The only things that don't get obsolete are the wheel and the wall. A wall is never obsolete. But what Kamala did not talk about in her remarks last night were the countless Americans who've been brutally assaulted and killed by illegal aliens, and she let them in. Killed, many, many killed. Just so many people already. You know, we think this is the beginning. It's not. This has been going on ever since they took over. Because from the day they took over, they said, we want an open border, and nobody believed them. It wasn't believable. And here today is Patty Morin, whose heartbreaking story is a tragic warning of what will come to every city in America with 4 more years of Kamala Harris. I can't even believe she's being considered. Look, she was considered 8 weeks ago the worst vice president in history, a very dumb person. The fake news was calling her dumb, stupid, didn't have a chance. She was at the bottom of a list of 12 candidates. They voted. She came in last. She fought Joe Biden, Crooked Joe. I call him 2 names. I call him Crooked Joe, Sleepy Joe. I'm not sure. I've never figured out which is better. He said they're both good. I agree. I actually tried them together, but it doesn't work together. You know? I sort of interchange. But think of it. This person, what they've done to our country and what's done to Patty. She lost the most beautiful person, her daughter, you've ever seen. And I've gotten to know her, and none of this would have happened. Just like the war with Ukraine and Russia would have never happened if I was president. No chance, 0 chance. Putin would have never done it. Just like the attack on Israel would have never happened on October 7th. Just like that horror show if you look at Afghanistan, would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. We would right now be energy dominant instead of looking for energy. You know that our reserves, we have a reserve, and it's really meant for war. It's meant for very important things. Strategic reserves, right? Just reported today they're at the lowest point they've been, maybe ever, but they know in 40 years, because Biden used that to suppress the numbers, because without that, the oil prices for your car, it wasn't supposed to be for your gasoline, in all due respect, and it's peanuts compared to the amount we're talking about. But now we have the lowest strategic oil reserves in the history of our country, we think, or many, many decades. And it's a shame, but Patty's precious daughter, Rachel, was a 37-year-old mom of 5 precious children, a beautiful woman, who lived in Maryland, 1,500 miles from the border. That's a long way from the border. Earlier this year, while Rachel was out on a run, she was brutally raped and murdered by this disgusting illegal alien who was led into the United States by Kamala and her lax law. Every one of my killer, we had the great, he would have never been able to get in. She stopped every single one of them. She was the border czar. Now she doesn't admit that. Whether you call her a czar or not, she was no czar because she really wasn't a czar. She didn't give a damn about the border. She never spoke to Border Patrol. You ever see the agents, all the top people? They never spoke to Biden or her, and yet it's like the most important thing. But Patty has suffered greatly. I've gotten to know Patty. She's a great woman, and she's lost an amazing person in her family. Her family is suffering tremendously. But I'd like to ask Patty to come up and just say a few words about Rachel. Please, Patty. Thank you very much. Thank you, Patty. Let me take care of this.
Thank you. I'm not a politician, so I'm not here to give you a spiel. I do want to say vote for Trump, though, because I really believe that he's going to close our borders. Rachel was a very fun-loving, down-to-earth, compassionate woman. She worked really hard. She took good care of herself, good care of her children, and she loved people. She had a stuttering problem, so she was bullied when she was a child, so she really has compassion for other people. She was like the American mom. She took care of her kids. She worked hard, and because of this open border, her life was taken away, and her children have been robbed of their mother. And it's just, we can't have it. Another 4 years of Kamala Harris, this story is going to be multiplied by the thousands.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just take care of yourself, okay? I'll see you later. So unnecessary. And Patty, we're so sorry for the terrible suffering that you've had to endure. I've had lunch with Patty. We've spoken to the whole family, and I've spoken to many other families, same thing, and it's incredible. It's just incredible that a thing like that could happen. No reason for who has an open border where people they don't have the names of anybody. You know those 13,000 murderers that they don't have any idea where they are, who they are. They don't have the names. We just know they're all out of jails, all convicted of really bad murders. And now they're in our country. And that's a lot of people. In honor of Rachel's life and every other victim of migrant crime, we will win this election. We will secure our border. We will secure that border on day one. I always say, they say, what are the first things you're going to do, or the first two things? I always say, number one, we're closing our border, and number two, we drill, baby, drill. But I put drilling behind the border. A reporter asked me that question last night. What's the first thing? But I mean the first thing. I said, well, there's a couple of things. I said, I want to hear the first thing. I said, the first thing? Close the border. The second thing is drill, baby, drill. But I'll do them at the same time. We're going to bring down your cost at a level that you wouldn't believe, because that's what you have to do. We will give you, your electric costs here are the highest in the nation. I think you probably know that. We will bring down your energy costs within the first 12 months of my administration by 50%, and it'll be easy. We have more liquid gold under our feet. We're going to bring down your electric and your air conditioning and your gasoline. We're going to bring down your energy costs by 50% within 12 months of January 20th. So hold me to it. I hope I make it. All right, I hope I make it. You can hold me to it. And that, in turn, is going to bring down everything else. You're going to bring down the cost of food. You're going to bring, because your food costs have gone. The biggest complaint I actually get is groceries. When you talk to the people, they say, I say, what's the biggest problem? Groceries. And it's true. You look at the cost of bacon, the cost of cereal, these things went up at numbers that nobody's ever seen before, because we have an incompetent administration. And I believe she's more incompetent than Joe. I really do. I believe that she's more incompetent than Joe. A president's first duty and sole allegiance is to his own citizens, the citizens of his country, and Kamala's allegiance is to illegal aliens and foreign migrants. That's what it is, and maybe that's a Marxist thing. I don't know. And where is her father? I'd love to speak to him. I'd love to speak to him because nobody's heard from him, but I would like to speak to him. My heart is loyal only to the American people.
Is this how it
ends?
ends?
Feel for the American people.
So much legendary loot. Now you're gonna try my sword.
And unless I'm elected, it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. Hey, look, you have two people. So you had, let's say 350 million people. You have no idea how many people you have in this country. You know, normally you say we have
I'm done with all of this.
People.
Now I gotta grind my level all over again.
But let's say you have 350 million people.
Come on.
Then you had some people running as Republicans, a lot of people running as Democrats. She was the first one out. By the way, you had 22 people running as Democrat when they started. And is that the right number, right? 22 people. And she was the first one to quit. She quit the first. She never got to Iowa. And then you had them fade, and you end up with Crooked Joe. And that's okay. I said, this is crazy. He's the one that got the nomination. He got 14 million votes. You know how many she got? Nothing. And everyone said she'll never get the nomination. They were afraid because they wanted to be politically correct.
You won't get away from me.
But she was the weakest person on the whole list. But she's got the fake news. They're all fake. And they're behind her. Nobody knows why. I'm sure they don't know why. They do it out of habit. They do it because there's no reason why anybody would be behind her. She's not qualified. She'll do a horrible job. She'll be the worst president. She'll be worse than Joe, which is hard to believe. The happiest president right now is Jimmy Carter because his administration was brilliant compared to the one we have right now. And it's a very nice thing. He's an old guy, but he's the happiest guy in the world because he was brilliant by comparison to these people. They are the worst ever. On day one of my new administration, I'll stop all of the migrant flights into our country. You know, those planes are flying over right now, and they don't count them in the numbers. I don't know if you know. They and the phone app, which are thousands and thousands of, they're not counted in the numbers. That's why they do it, because they don't want to count it. I will end catch and release. I will restore remain in Mexico. I will bring back Title 42. That's the medical. I will send in federal law enforcement to rescue every town that has been taken over by migrant gangs and criminal alien thugs. And by that time, many of your towns in this great state will be in that position. It's happening fast. It's happening fast. And again, the politicians don't like talking because they think it's bad publicity. Worst publicity is to let it happen. The governor of Colorado, he's a Democrat, liberal guy. He's beside it. He doesn't know what.